helpers ready to help. The symposium organizers, Subida by Hampshire, and yes, and Piero Toto of the organizing committee, the lecturers from translation, yes, thank you. All the lecturers from the department and the students' ambassadors. You will have seen from the programs that there are parallel sessions at this afternoon, 3 parallel sessions. 3 lists are on one of the tables at the back. There's limited capacity in each room, so please make sure you put your name down against the parallel session that you want to attend. There's also on the table a certificate of attendance list for those who require one. Please make your put your name down, and hopefully the certificate will be ready later on this evening for you to collect from the ambassador. If you are one of the technologically minded people, and you would like to tweet about the event today, please use our hashtag DigiTrans14, and if you want to watch, or some of your colleagues want to watch who can come today and want to watch the presentations, the symposium will be web streamed on our YouTube channel, which is this channel. So it seems that we are on camera, and I'm being asked to smile, which I haven't done so far. So everybody smile, you're on camera. Right. I would like now to call Professor John Gabriel, who is the Dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities, where we belong, who is going to formally open the symposium. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would like now to call Dr. Phil. Phil, you were talking about opportunities to support us. Does that translate into money? Potentially, yes. Thank you very much. I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you. Now I'd like to call Professor Charles-Forsick from the HRC, who will say a few words about translating film. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, from me again, a warm welcome to everyone, and I think we're about to start with the formal presentations. I would like to call Zubida, who is going to introduce our first speaker this morning. Thank you very much.
Further ado, because I'm keeping my eye on the watch every single second, basically. What I would like to do is simply very quickly introduce you to our first speaker, Professor Anthony Kim, who's going to tell us quite a few things about the technology, its place today in the area of translation. I'm going to introduce you, Anthony, if I may, very quickly. Anthony Kim is a Professor of Relation and Intercultural Studies at the Rovira in the Virgili University in Tarragona, Spain. Excuse my pronunciation. Anthony is also President of the European Society for Translation Studies, a Fellow of the Catalan Institution for Research and Advanced Studies, and also a visiting researcher at the Monterey Institute. I won't say any more, but I'm sure that Anthony, would be happy to take the floor. Anthony, if you would like. Thank you very much indeed.
Many thanks for the introduction. My thanks to the London Met, and especially, well, and additionally, to the Arts and Humanities Research Trust for this long-term project translating cultures, with which I've been involved in recent months in excellent events, almost as excellent as the one coming up here. My fellow speakers today know a lot more about current translation technology than I do. So I'm going to do something a little different. I'm merely going to try to set the scene for you, for a reflection on what technology is and what it means for communication. Bear with me, if you will. Imagine we are in 12th century Hispania. Spain doesn't exist yet. Hispania is this Roman territory recently reconquered from Islamic forces who are still hanging about in the south. It's hot. It's dry. You, though, we are scholars. We've been trained in cathedral schools for Latin. Pretty rum Latin, different in different countries all over Europe, but basically Latin altogether. And we can speak this language with each other, with regional variants. But we're here in Hispania looking for not quite the beach, not quite the sun, the tourism. We're looking for knowledge. People have told us that the Almagest, the greatest treatise, Ptolemy's Secrets of the Heavens, is available in Arabic somewhere. Aristotle is there somewhere, telling us about geography and the heavens again. Galen is there, telling us the secrets of medicine, cure ourselves and our patrons. Our search is for knowledge, but we're not sure where it is or what it looks like. We only have a lot of hearsay. But our collective mission is to find that knowledge and bring it from Arabic into our shared language, which is Latin. How are we going to do that? What do we have to do? Now, the technology being what it was at the time, when books are basically written on parchment and they're heavy and expensive and very valuable, we have to find the books. Some of the Arabic texts did have paper. At that time, Islamic culture had paper technology. Christian culture did not yet have paper. However, our problem is locating what we mean by the book. It's not easy. The best we will be able to find are versions of it, different copies, poor copies of it, mostly without diacritics, which makes understanding the Arabic rather difficult. Also, because these are expensive items and nobody's too sure, there are lots of pseudo-originals, but there are also pseudo-translations, because these books have come from Greek, through Syriac, to Arabic, and are waiting there to be brought into Latin. They are the results of multiple translations and multiple subterfuge. There are pseudo-originals and pseudo-translations. Lots of pseudo-Aristotle dates from this period. And this means that we have to establish the text and handle the various interpretations that come from the variants. To do that, we need a team because, let's face it, we are from Flanders, or Dalmatia, or England, or the Germanic states. I'm naming translators in the period. But we don't know Latin, and we're not, Arabic, and we're not going to learn it in a hurry. So we get advice from, first, Mossadems. These are Christians who were brought up under Islamic regimes. Lots of them big community in Toledo, as it happens. Jews who have been able to move between one culture and the other. And then, because we need money for our project, so we worked with the church in the 12th century, for the crown in the 13th. Well, we need the Latinists who are going to write it down in Latin that is acceptable for the church. And so our teams generally have a Latinist there who is paid for by the church. And then also in other projects, the Quran was translated in 1142, 1143. The documents don't mention any Islamic informant, but later accounts do mention one. So we assume that there were Islamic informants as well who are written out of the accounts. But that's politics, I think. How are we going to do it? Let's say we've got the text and we've got the team. Some of us know Arabic, others know Latin, but not everybody who knows Arabic knows Latin and vice versa. The general work procedure is going to be to discuss things. True, wax tablets had been used since Roman times, and were probably there. You could write down on a wax tablet something and then rub it out and write again, like a blackboard, if you like. Or you could use a blackboard if you came to that. But a lot of it involves discussion, and probably discussion in Romance. Romance being Spanish, French, Aragonese, Majorcan, Catalan, Galician. It's just a dialect chain of Romance at that stage. And those discussions actually appear in the Latin text. There are elements of Romance within the Latin, especially in the notes and glosses. So we have not just accounts of how this happened, but also textual traces. We would discuss. Translation was there as something to be talked about. The technology, the core technology at the time, forced us into oral discussion. When you get paper in the 13th century, it gets a little trickier, because paper is cheaper to produce, and so you get different copies and revisions of written copies under Alfonso the Learned. But in the 12th century, it's spoken. In the 13th, the cheaper writing material makes revisions possible. What are we talking about here? Well, the Romance we don't know much about, but the Latin at the time is definitely a lingua franca. It is weakly standardized. There's no central authority or national authority to standardize it. Only the church has an interest in standardization of its discourses. The work into Arabic incorporates huge numbers of neologisms, not the least Arabic numerals at this stage, resulting in some quite wonderful interpretations and misinterpretations. I merely give you one or two, perhaps just one. In a book of a medicine book, Galen, we find the Latin translation warning you of the evils of the night plant. Watch out for the night plant. It will give you skin rashes, skin diseases, lambda noctis. It turns out that the night plant was a misreading of the Arabic banat, read as nabat. I don't know, it says 3 dots or 2 or something like that. Arabic people helped me with this later on. The Greek text was wonderful. It was telling you, watch out for the women of the night. They bring you syphilis. The Arabic, the Latin text was talking about a plant for a basic misunderstanding, lack of diacritics. But when syphilis became a new disease imported from the New World, re-imported, the more virulent variety, people were able to pick up the translation and make the correction and use the knowledge. A similar mistake is Al-Kobi. I don't know what, I've looked up the Arabic for this, but it's not there. I don't know how I got it. But this is Aristotle, who knew that the Earth had to be round, a sphere. Okay, Columbus didn't invent it, it's Aristotle, or Ptolemy. But one of the pieces of evidence that Aristotle gives is that there are, in the Latin text, there are alcobi at the two ends of the Earth, that is in India and the Straits of Gibraltar. Now, if you read back to the Greek text, it's elephantes, elephants. Somehow, the translators had no idea what an elephant was, So they copied down the closest literal thing they had there, and alchemy came to inhabit the two known ends of the earth. Watch out when you get to the end of the earth, the alchemy will come. Okay, it wasn't easy. Because of the difficulty of the task and the limited technologies available, the basic strategy was absolute literalism. Say what's there because you're not sure about it. But then, because of that, you add lots of notes, and the translations tend to have lots of notes, firstly to say what they think it might be, secondly as a recording of the discussion. It was agreed that, or there was disagreement about this point, and thirdly, to protect the translation team ideologically. For example, the Quran translation has copious documents about the evils of the life of the Prophet having many women. So, the translators protected themselves from being associated with the ideological conflict of the text. Now, there's lots more to say, but let's just pick up these few points about 12th century medieval translation practice in one particular place. I'm asking myself now, how similar could this be to the localization projects that we have currently? Let's say for huge documentation projects or websites or software. I propose that these things might be strangely common. For example, an unstable, what you call source text, but I've started to call start text, because there are other texts you're working on. The text is supposed to be there. These days you're working on something that's constantly being updated in fragments, and often you're working on fragments, the chunks, only the updates. The point of departure is very unstable, as it was back then. Because of the complexity of contemporary projects, you need combined competencies. You need a team where people are expert in different fields, as you did back then. We tend to be working into an evolving lingua franca, which is international English, which is relatively unstandardized, exciting, dynamic, as indeed Latin was back then. And you get a movement of translation into this one central lingua franca, and then translations moving out from it. As we had then. In the 13th century, what was brought into Latin, 13, 14, 15, was then translated into the vernaculars. You get this movement of one to many, which I think is the key to most localization projects. The internationalized version going into each particular localized version. Throughout the entire medieval period, people believed very strongly in a hierarchy of languages. Some languages, I'm sorry, were closer to God. Languages of revelation, Hebrew, Greek, Latin because of the Bible, Arabic because the Quran has divine inspiration, and for some Sanskrit. And then you have the Latin in use by the church, and then the national vernaculars, and then the patois. And translation moves from the top downwards in the medieval scheme of things, developing the inferior languages as it goes. That hierarchy of languages is strangely familiar to people dealing with technological texts and localization projects in those fields today. With the consequence that work in the medieval period, as it is now, is not for a whole nation, not for everybody speaking French or everybody speaking Spanish or whatever. It's for those particular people who have that particular language to that particular degree of competence. They were working in terms of locales, as indeed we do these days. I'm not so sure, but I think that lots of our technologies, the translation memory technologies especially, do push us towards a more literalist mode of translation than we had prior to that. But then the very name localization encourages us to believe that along with this literalism, there is cultural adaptation happening as well. The important thing is that these days, as in the medieval scheme of things, translation was not just one thing. There were these two possibilities and a kind of schism between the two of them. Not everything that happens these days happened then. And the one that really interests me, and I want to bring it up because of what's coming up, is that these days the kinds of texts susceptible to be localized tend not to have great linearity, in the sense that they are not written with a beginning, middle, and end, Aristotle. They are not read. You repair your car, you pick out the manual. Does anybody read a car repair manual or whatever? Or instructions from the beginning? No. You look for the bit that interests you and read that. That's the way the texts are written. That's the way they are translated. We've lost that linearity of the text. The medieval text still preserved that linearity, but I'm interested in what happened to it. I suggest that these days a lot of the linearity, beginning, middle, and end, has moved into audio-visual projects. Why am I interested in comparing localization with medieval translation practices? Because in between these two snapshots, there's this great big period of print culture, ladies and gentlemen. The printing press, the book, the fixed start text. Unlike what we have now, unlike what we had prior to it. The start text, the need to establish languages. The printers were the first to be involved in the standardization of orthography, and thereafter the standardization of languages, which were to be national languages, because the printing press at its power had to be controlled. I believe in England, printing presses were allowed in Oxford, Cambridge, and London, so it could be controlled and standardized. The printing press brings in national vernaculars which ideologically have the same value. So when you get to Renaissance translation projects, even Leonardo Bruni will translate into Latin, but still insist Latin has the same value as Italian. I can translate into vernacular Italian just as well. It will be just as good. And the printing press sets up the technology for an ideology where languages are all national and in theory have the same value. So translation is no longer there to enrich the inferior language, it's there to bring across the information. Hence, the ideologies of equivalence, fidelity to some, but equivalence in the sense of same, on the same level of value. The Russian tradition calls this adequacy, with the same ideological import. And within this scheme of things, when it's language to language, same value, bringing the information across, it's assumed thereafter by Renaissance translators that one person can do it. You have the ideology of the individual translator. Etienne Dolet, 1540, declared the translator has to know both the start and the target language perfectly. Not by chance, Etienne Dolet was a printer. Translation in this regime becomes, therefore, a relation between things rather than a place of discussion. Now, that print culture developed what I call the Western translation form, which is a modernist translation form. It's based on the notion of equivalence and the impertinence of quantitative differences. We assume a translation is longer because the original is longer. That form spread out in the late 19th century all over the world, along with the railways and the steamboats, which means along with steam technology. It also moved out with aspirations of democracy, universal education, things like this. It's not gratuitously dismissed, that notion of translation. However, the technologies we have today are now questioning that particular concept of translation, which I believe was closely associated with print technology. I still have 5 minutes left. Oh dear, well, we could have a very long discussion. I have taken you, therefore, from 12th century Hispania right up to a rough overview of what might be happening today. And there's this great big period in the middle where modernism, which for me goes a sort of modernity, dates from the Renaissance, is being questioned. It's being questioned in ways that are not difficult to see. It's questioned because we have a return to the hierarchy of languages in the first place. It's questioned because we're using a centralized lingua franca, which is English. It's questioned because our societies cannot, therefore, not be presumed to be monolingual or controllable, as was the case through that long period of the ideologically monolingual nation state. The current challenge, I think, is not to revive or retain or extend that modernist Western translation form, that equivalence-based notion of translation. I think it's something else. Now, in my arguments here, I've jumped between a technology and the way translations are done. But it's fairly obvious, I think, that technologies don't have that sort of fatality. That if you go to other places in the Middle Ages, you will get different things being done with the same technology. But technology presents a range of possible decisions that can be made, possible directions you can go in. It's not condemning you to one, but it's limiting the range and it's making it easier to move in one direction than another. So I don't want to suggest a fatality, but I do want to suggest that the technologies push us more generally in one kind of direction. The direction that most interests me at the moment goes dead against that equivalence-based paradigm in as much as it's a relationship between equal things and excluded the human subject. In the first place, the mediator, the translator, never really appeared in all those diagrams that we know about equivalence. It never really appeared in the relationship between languages. I think that some of the technologies we have today enable us to envisage a more humanized version of translation. This is particularly with respect to technologies that enable people to translate non-professionally, to produce a version without being a professional translator, and then to have professionals, such as us or the people we train, to come in and help them post-edit or edit or clean it up or give advice where necessary. Getting down and speaking with people about translation and doing that orally is one very good way of humanizing translation. We can envisage societies where a great number of people are actively engaged in translating rather than depending on a small minority of professionals to do it for them. The second exciting area for me is the rebirth of audiovisual communication, which we'll hear about later today, I hope. Especially with subtitling, which is cheap technology, accessible to everybody. Anybody, any translation student, any student at all, can go online and start doing subtitling and have fun doing it, and talk about it as support. So a whole lot of audiovisual culture becomes available in many, many languages very quickly and very cheaply. Those two, but there are only two examples, I hope you can find more. Those two directions enable me to envisage the current technologies as helping us to humanize translation processes, or I would rather say rehumanize them. My comparison with medieval practices isn't to say go back, it was so much better then. No, it wasn't. You had a bath once a year back then. People, perhaps some people, anyway. No, what I found in the years I spent doing that research on medieval translation was a genuine sense of excitement among the translators at their discovery of the difficulties that they went through and at the effects that they were able eventually to have of their cultures. That sense of involvement, much of which is through oral participation, that orality, the discussing of the translation, is something that is very valuable in itself. Perhaps not just in a translation class. Perhaps it's valuable across the board as a language learning or culture learning activity. And that sense of discovery of the new, what many of our cultures are still engaged in. Many thanks. Question? I'll see how far. I haven't planned. We're on.
Thanks very much, Anthony. Very interesting, especially that sort of historical speed. I was wondering, you were talking about how technology introduces the possibility of humanizing translation. And I was wondering whether you could talk about that a little bit more, in particular in terms of balancing it against other trends of technology, with removing the translator and shifting away from the human element.
Of course. It's a contradiction, isn't it, to humanizing technology? What was it, 20 years ago we started using translation memories and found that it was helpful, we could go faster, but that when we were told to just obey the 100% matches, that is, apply the glossary, don't touch anything else there, don't touch this, don't touch that, the initial reaction, quite justified, was, well, this is just donkey work. You know, we're there to follow the instructions, say yes or no, tick the boxes. And that is and remains, I think, a dehumanizing activity. It's the lone translator with this machine, and the machine tells you what to do. So that is a lot of the translation work that's being produced at the moment. And the translators, if they're intelligent, will not stay with that for very long. And he didn't. They moved on to other things, project management in many cases. You know, looking for a style of work where they're at least talking to people and getting paid well for their time. So it's a threat, first. A lot of the technologies that there are fundamentally dehumanized. The introduction of machine translation along with the translation memories these days is not particularly helpful. Let me do some research on, my Callister Scherer is doing research on metadata in the translation memories and machine translation feeds. The idea is that if you tell people where this suggestion comes from, give them ideas about who did it and why, make it clear that it's a human product, because they're all human products after all, this might help. This might help position the translator in a realm where he or she is working on the suggestions made by other people there. And it's a kind of virtual conversation, which sounds great, but I can tell you in theory, in practice, do the numbers, the more metadata that's presented, the slower the translator goes, the less money they earn, and the quality of their product does not increase to any significant extent. So that kind of humanization remains a problem. I'm therefore looking to more interesting things that are outside the narrow range of what we've been teaching as professional translation. One of them is this. Work with volunteers, work with area experts, people who know more about this topic than we do, and doing that in a very interactive way, helping people rather than just working on text. And then the audiovisual which opens up a lot of similar opportunities working with non-professionals. So I get the drift of your question. The big threat is that the technologies are very dehumanizing, and the challenge is for us to make them more humanizing.
Thanks for that. Actually, it's fascinating. Can I ask you a question about humanization as a process? Because it's humanization which is doubled by democratization and linked then to deprofessionalization. And in terms of the historicization of the process, I suppose that if you look at the different niches you're focusing on, that's the big difference. And the way you're describing 12th century Hispania, it's very much a restricted, almost elite activity. Whereas what we're looking at now with the current challenges is something entirely different. And I'd just be interested to hear your reflection on that divergence between content.
It was necessarily an elite activity, of course, because not many people could write that. That's a given. What did you line up there? You lined up democratization with deprofessionalization. Yeah, this is a debate that we've had in the translation studies community over the past years. It's about our traditional alliance with the professionals. People could write that translation theory is only justified if it helps professional translators, for example. That would be the argument that was there, or even the empirical work we've done, comparing professionals with novices, so we could find out how good the professionals are. That's what, 30 years of research. The academic community has had this historical alliance with professionals, that is, people who earn money. That's worked quite well, although professionals never liked us much as it went along. However, it certainly was there. I'm starting to question that. I'm questioning whether it's good for our society to have this small, well-paid group that does all the translation work. And I'm seeing that we're no longer there. That lots of actual translating, at whatever level, is happening across society. That anybody can pick up and do some Google Translate. And life is going to be a lot better if we can get the message out there that you have to post-edit it, that you can't use it raw, that some work has to be done on it. I think as trainers in the academy, that should become our social mission, to address that wider range of activity that's actually happening there, and help the professionals reposition themselves, or think about how that can be done at the same time. So, democratization, if that means democratization, if that means addressing a wider social problem and inviting more involvement in this task, more discovery and more learning, then I think we're doing even better than the medieval elites.
I thought your idea of the start text rather than source text was very, very interesting, and I really like it because it dissolves that potentially hierarchical relationship. But you then talked about translation from one to many, translation from one text into a pivot language, and then further translations from that pivot language over into other languages. And so, if you're talking about this kind of translation, which one is the source text?
Yeah.
Sorry, the start text. Is it the translation from the first text into the pivot language, or when you then have translation from the pivot language into other languages, is the pivot language text those translations go on? And then I started to think with the idea around professionalization and kind of in popular literary translation, so for example in crime fiction, what is happening to some extent is that translations come from other languages into English. English functions as a pivot language, and from there they are then translated into some kind of bestsellers, maybe public commentary. translated into other languages, then the translator who originally translated into English, not credited, does not get any money for it. So I'm wondering whether start text here, perhaps also invisibilizes the translator. Just the sort of ideas that I've.
Okay, for the first question. Okay, I use start text just because when we work with translation memories and MT feeds, you are working with a text here, a text here, a text here. So that's a starting position, but you're working on with other texts as well. So source was never an appropriate term in any case. Every text is a translation of prior text. What's happened to it in localization projects? I presume you work on a program called Microsoft Word. Perhaps Word 2011 or 13 or something. Have you ever seen Word version 1? You know, the start text, the original, would be Word 1. I started using Word, I think, in 1983. I don't think it was Word 1 then. It was 1.3. Anyway, the start has disappeared. The texts we're working from are a constant result of constant revisions and updates. So we're working from this internationalized version, which is put together precisely in order for localization to be achieved. So the start isn't that important, that function as a start for a particular operation. And that's the sense in which I use the start. For this operation, that's the starting point, without making any other ideological separations. As for crediting the translation or the translator indirect translations, that's a copyright problem, and we should fix it up, I suggest. Thank you.
It's my pleasure to introduce the second speaker, Minako O'Hagan from Dublin City University. Minako researches and teaches translation technology, and she has been involved in national and international projects in translation technology, with the supervision of a number of PhD students in translation technology again. She has published extensively in the field of translation technology, and her latest book with John Benjamin is Game Localization, Translating for the Global Digital Entertainment, in collaboration with Carmen Mangiron. But today she is going to talk about something which I thought was always fun, training translators, but she is into gamifying translation training. So she's talking about serious fun. Minako, do you want to come over here, or do you have it? I'm also reminded that there are some virtual participants to the conference, and for their benefit, I'm just saying that this session starts now and finishes at 11:40, and then we have a break at 11:40 until 12. We start again at 12:30 in the same room. I'm also asked to ask the people who ask questions to stand up so that they can appear more clearly on the screen, and to speak clearly into the microphone, please. And I think that's about all. Thank you very much. So over to you.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm really excited to be here. So today I'm going to talk about, picking up from Anthony's last message, excitement, involvement, and discovery in translation teaching. Now, gamification has got a bit of hype about it, and I'm going to just talk to you about my take on this. And as for serious fun, you'll find out what it is. So I think this symposium is very timely, as we all know. A transition in the digital age and pedagogy and current practices, addressing really how we can maximize student and employability. So this is a concern to students themselves, but also for teachers' point of view, because we want to see them really able to use their skills that they learn. And what's the role of current digital technology? Is it really dehumanizing, or is it really humanizing in some ways? So my response to the theme is emotion. Today I'm going to talk a lot about emotion. And as we all know, emotion is somewhat neglected in research. Too much emotion is no good, but too little emotion is no good either. Yeah. So how can we improve students' engagement in learning? By using technology. And I'm going to share a very, very modest step towards gamifying. I haven't quite gamified my teaching yet. So I want to share, this is my disclaimer, I want to share the process towards it. So just key concepts first. First of all, affective learning. I'm particularly taking the interpretation of this based on MIT Media Lab researchers. Rosalind Picard is a leading researcher in the field of affective computing. And this is a computer modeling of affect, emotions. And this kind of research is really shedding light onto, understanding of emotion. There are so many definitions of emotion, over 100 definitions. And it's very, very slippery concept to really clearly define, and especially depending on different perspectives, it can be defined, in different ways. But they're generally associated with things like emotion, attention, and motivation. Here I'm talking about the definition of affect. But currently there's no empirically validated theory of emotion to address specifically its role in learning. And that's what some of these groups of people who are working in the field of affective learning from affective computing is trying to do by doing it by developing system to try to measure emotion and try to implement that in learning environment. And another key concept is gamification. So there's a bit of hype about gamification. So one of my research fields is video game monetization. And I don't necessarily agree with everyone's understanding of gamification. But generally speaking, gamification as a term is used to mean use of game mechanics for things other than pure entertainment, so for learning. And it's been done already. For example, US military has been using games for training soldiers, etc. And increasingly, other Fortune 100 companies have been using gamification because of its ability to increase engagement of learners and involvement and excitement in learning. And I really do like the concepts that James G. talks about. James G. is a very prominent scholar in a number of fields, in linguistics, literacy, and very much in game studies as well. And he and Elizabeth Hayes talks about good games being associated with passionate affinity spaces. And how can we create such passionate affinity spaces as learning space is the theme of my talk today. So just to really structure my talk, because all these things I've been thinking about it for the last while. So in order to be able to make sense to you, I tried to kind of cluster ideas together in such a way. So first of all, I'm really very, very interested in technologization of translation in many different ways. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that, my research in that area. And also I'm going to talk about digital technology and its role in teaching and learning environments. because my university, Dublin City University, has been investing, like most other universities, into this digital learning and things like MOOCs. We don't know where things are going exactly. So that's something I'm going to talk about too. And my very, very modest step was gamifying my teaching. So I just show you some examples of some things that I've done as a mini experiments. And finally, I want to talk a little bit about reflections and future tasks. So this is a kind of diagrammic form of what I'm going to talk about today, my thinking. So on the right-hand side, I'm going to talk about my research, which led me to think in terms of affect, importance of affect. Now, previous speaker, Anthony, already talked about this, really highly engaged volunteers and fans doing translation. So I want to just talk a little bit about that. And then next I want to talk about my work in video game localization, particularly focusing on users of localized games and their perception of translation. And on the other side, I want to talk about digital technology and its role in teaching and learning, particularly digital scholarship. And I want to refer to a particular project that I was involved in last year. And finally, affective learning and gamification. Again, this was something that I worked on for funding bit. And then I will discuss some examples of implementing some of these ideas into my own teaching of technology-oriented modules. And finally, a bit of reflection. So first of all, translation and affect. It became increasingly clear to me that these volunteer translators, this is very much a democratization of technology. Now, anybody and anyone can feel, rightly or wrongly, they can translate. And these people are extremely engaged into the task and excited about it. And also, similarly, when players, gamers play games, they're absolutely highly engaged. But this study that I've conducted on framed according to so-called PX, player experience, showed somewhat interesting pictures. I'll talk about that. And also digital learning environments. I wanted to know students' perception and use of academic ebooks. I mean, after all, textbooks is the main learning, teaching resources at the moment. But how are they taking this new digitized version of this? So we conducted a campus-wide survey, so I will share some of the results from that. And then teaching practices, that how I started to kind of apply this idea of gamification in reference to use of reflective diary and visualization of assessment results. So first of all, scenario one, this translation as affinity spaces. So already some of you are aware that these new breed of translators who are working outside of official, professional practices, hand translators do translation of Japanese anime or any sort of audiovisual materials and put their translations up on YouTube or some file sharing environment so people can share. And I did a case study following one particular fan translator, and I was absolutely astonished about two things. Well, first of all, engagement is absolutely amazing, and that's clearly because they are doing something they are really interested in. So very much this affinity spaces they're working in. Another thing I really noted, in this case, this was an Irish student doing fan translation of Japanese anime. He was studying Japanese in my university, but his learning pace was just so much faster than the rest of the class. He was like having an accelerated learning, and that was coming from his practice of doing fan translation because they get loads of feedback and they're working in really kind of a situated environment. And I could really see the merit of this. So I wanted to really exploit this kind of affinity spaces. And a similar thing about translation crowdsourcing. Just recently, one of my PhD students finished her PhD on focusing on motivation of Facebook translators. So Facebook used this crowdsourcing form to do their website, to localize their website. And it's really interesting here, the concept I'm using is from Clay Shirky, cognitive surplus. So he's a media scholar, and he talks about how in olden days, after day's work, people used to plonk themselves in front of TV. We may still do today. But the difference is today, a larger proportion of population are plonking themselves in front of social media and doing maybe, crowdsourcing translation or doing some kind of voluntary work. So the use of cognitive surplus is now very different and much more engaging, into some activities rather than being passive, sitting passively. So again, this is set up by the technology, this two-way communication, and made it relatively easy for people to subtitle and distribute that material. I mean, legality is something different, but technology is very much promoting this kind of activity. My next scenario, so this comes from my work in video game localization. And particularly, I was really struck by this widespread anecdotal evidence that many gamers find localized games lackluster, afterthought, that something is missing. And here I'm not talking about blatant translation errors or localization errors, but something is missing. And it's very difficult to find out what that something is. So what I did was I set up this experiment using originally English language game called Plants vs. Zombies. Has any of you played? No! Do! It's very interesting. Recommend it. So I used Plants vs. Zombies original English version and localized versions into Japanese and German, and I got native speaker players to play, and it took absolutely all possible measurements from them. So here we use mixed methods approach and very much into this psychophysiological measurements. This was inspired by emotion engineering, which is a very interesting area of study, who have been using this kind of measurement. And of which we used eye tracking, galvanic skin response, that's kind of measuring sweat level to check the arousal, and heart rates, facial expressions, autonomous utterances, and we interviewed them after. And this really resulted in a very, very interesting findings. So basically what we found was that we gave a certain limited amount of time for our subjects to play the game. And the people who were really able to progress through the game and ended up with very highest level, some of them said to us, no, their playing and gameplay experience wasn't very good one. They weren't really engaged, wasn't very interesting. By comparison, those people who really struggled and had to repeat the same level more than twice, because in order to be able to progress the level, you need to finish one prior level. And they really said to us, they really enjoy themselves. So this user experience is not a simple thing as just looking at the results, but the process is very, very important. So we looked at different theoretical frameworks. And Csikszentmihalyi is a very well-known Hungarian psychologist who came up with this flow theory. So basically his theory is that in order to keep people engaged and let them do optimum performance, you need to keep them in this narrow zone of boredom and anxiety. And that was very much showing in our experiment. And as in terms for translation quality, when players are enjoying themselves, they hardly notice poor translation. So our conclusion was, for certain types of games, really, probably you don't need to get the top quality, translation. Gamers, players don't necessarily notice it. It's quite interesting. I mean, I realize this is a very controversial thing to say, but as far as this research was concerned, that was one of the interesting findings. So again, we're trying to kind of interpret the results from this experiment. And we used this concept developed by Nicole Lazaro. She is a game developer and also researcher, classifying different types of emotions involved in video game playing. And she came up with what she calls 4 keys of fun, different types of fun. So applying her scheme here, our results show that people in our experiment who had positive player experience had either hard fun, which very much relates to overcoming challenges and winning and meeting goals, or even serious fun. And serious fun means really the joy of working out the puzzle and learning process, having to repeat the same level again and again. But somehow by doing that, they gain a lot of fun from that, and also a fun of completing finally. And interestingly, this easy fun, not many people showed really positive player experience coming from this easy fun. So I thought we could really implement that in our teaching. So I'm going to skip this slide and go to the next one. So I'm now changing the gear, talking about teaching and learning in digital environment. So as I mentioned before, I was involved in a very small-scale project in our university to really kind of take the temperature of the people's current use and perception of so-called academic ebooks. Because our library stocks many ebooks. And yet it was quite interesting. According to this survey, which involved a little bit over 500 people, only 60% of all respondents, which included staff members, postgrads, undergrads, actually were using ebooks. And some of the reasons is quite interesting. They don't know how to access it, even though the catalog shows it, and it was quite interesting, revealing. And the next question was also very interesting. When both print and ebooks are available, a highest proportion of undergraduate students said they prefer print books. Was quite interesting. And by comparison, the same undergraduate students said that the most used device to access ebooks was smartphones. And increasingly in my office, I don't know what your experience is, more and more students just bring in no notebooks, just bring in tiny little smartphone and show me their assignment on it. And I need magnifying glass. And so just mobile phone use is phenomenal, as we already know. So this is something we wanted to also measure in this survey, was the future of academic ebooks. And we wanted to know what features people want in ideal academic books. And as you can see here, across the 3 groups, undergrad, postgrad, and staff members, the most wanted function is search tool. And of course, Control F is a golden thing for students to do. Then they can zoom in a particular keyword. And also, a lot of people interestingly said ability to increase font size. So, as I'm getting older, my eyesight's getting poor, but it applies to everyone. But that wasn't the reason. The reason why people selected this was when you see graphs and charts with ebooks, for certain ebooks, you can enlarge them and see them in detail. So that's what students are talking about. So this survey showed a lot of interesting things. And by the way, we threw in this automatic translation tool. The most respondents of among the 3 groups, the undergrad students group showed most interest in this particular functionality. As a second tier study of the same e-learning, academic ebook project, we also bought Amazon's latest Kindle. It's called Kindle Paperwhite. Does anybody use it? It's wonderful, isn't it? Yes, very easy to use it. So we bought 6 units of Kindle Paperwhite and just chose 6 students to be our guinea pigs and got them to test out certain functionalities. Now, interesting thing here is that everyone found that dictionary functionality is fantastic. Because if you are in Wi-Fi zone, all you need to do in the text is just highlight with your finger, and then the dictionary is linked already. Well, interestingly, I've tested a number of books that I have on Kindle with dictionary, and OED often doesn't have all the words, but Wikipedia, every time they have it. So, of course, reliability you need to be aware, but it was quite interesting. But one of the most things that we're interested in this study was use of shared notes. So one of the things you're supposed to be able to do with Kindle Paperwhite is to share your notes that you make on your Kindle in Facebook. Well, I'm not sure about this wisdom of using Facebook in academic context, but it was there, so we tested it, and everyone basically hated it because it really wasn't properly set up, and they couldn't really link up properly, and many of them actually commented that the fact that they don't want to do academic-related things in Facebook was quite interesting. And also we got them to try translation tool, automatic translation tool attached to it, that's a Microsoft Bing, and they had very poor opinion of it. And this is the most interesting thing to me. So we got them to basically read 3 sets of chapter length chapters, 3 different chapters, and basically review each chapter by highlighting 3 key points. And we collected what parts students highlighted on Kindle. And so here, of course, you can't see my green notes, but these highlights show by 2 different people. And they highlighted very similar places, etc. We're still kind of analyzing the results from this study, so can't tell you much more. But these new, well, Kindle is not so new. These tools really give you some ideas about what you could do, and particularly I'm interested in this social side of dimensions that you can explore with these devices. Now I wonder if you can see this gray 108 highlighters. Can you see that on screen? Yeah. So when you buy brand new Kindle book, sometimes you see something like this. And that means that people who have bought the same book had highlighted that particular bit. So it's a little bit like, in olden days, buying second-hand books. You see the previous owner's markups. And if they're doing that digitally, it's really fascinating. And I really want to work out the way we use this in teaching. So that's my study. That's the bit about academic ebook. So now on to my practice towards gamifying my teaching. So of course, reflective diary is hardly new, but I decided especially to understand the process of learning, and particularly emotional side of learning technology. So I implemented this reflective diary assignment. So after each week's lecture, students had to submit this up to 350 words, 1-page diary. So it's not a big thing, but they have to be attending a lecture to be able to do this. So I just made a very simple template. So first thing, they need to name or rename the theme of the lecture according to their interests, not lecturer's interests. So I have a theme each week, but I wanted to name them according to their interests. Then, second part was to comment on anything new they learned. And the third part was a personal reaction. So things like what they liked and what they didn't like, and a particular book they might have read as a result of the lecture. And I was wondering how this goes. And interestingly, as the week goes by, more and more students really started to show a real engagement into this. So what I then decided to do was, after each week, of course I read all these diaries, and so in this particular case, 2 modules were involved. One was undergraduate translation technology module, and the other one was postgraduate module. And the same results. More and more students started to really show the engagement. And what I was particularly doing was that after the following week, the beginning of the lecture, I would pick up some interesting insights from the diary and share with the class. and that gradually caught on. And these are some of the feedback that I got from students. So I think the diary helped with focusing in class. It forced you to reflect on what you thought was the most interesting that day and expand on it. I liked how the interesting comments in the diaries, wrong place, unfortunately, were discussed in the following class. And the other one said, I found it very useful in gathering my thoughts every week, and I enjoyed its free-form nature. It allowed me to delve a little deeper into the concepts that interested me personally. I also found the lecturers' weekly summaries of other classmates' reflections offered interesting insights into other aspects of the class content that could be explored. So I was really chuffed by this mini experiment. So I'm going to keep doing this, and I found it really interesting for me. Now, visualization of this assessment. This is again something very, very modest. I'm sure some of you are doing much more advanced stuff. But I decided to use this particular function called rubric, which is available in all kinds of virtual learning environments. And we use Moodle. And I decided to use this particular functionality applied to in-lab tests. So coming back to this gamification concept, one of the things that games do is instant feedback. So gamers, players know where they're at with the game. And of course, with us teaching, we can't give them instant, feedback. I want to really shorten the lead time for the assessment to be ready, but it's not always possible. So this is one way of kind of systematizing and trying to give them more quicker, shorter feedback, so more formative feedback. And also the other one I did was, this is with summative assessment feedback. I decided to use a radar chart so that visually students can see what aspects that they're weak on and which aspects they're strong. So this is what rubric looks like. So the first column shows the category of grading. So source text formatting reproduced, target text file submitted, TM file submitted, transition memory file submitted, etc. And so students can clearly see what they didn't do right or what they're a bit short of, etc. And this is what a radar chart looks like. So again, nothing revolutionary, but this is just purely visualizing it, because more and more this education information management system is making this kind of information available readily, and they really try to do visualization like this. By the way, this was a whole class, and obviously this is not very useful type of graph at all. So one has to know what one wants to highlight and what one wants to kind of show to the student. Now, I don't know if you can work out what this screenshot may be about. This is about my photocopier usage analytic, because our university is doing a lot of analytic, and even can do that with one's use of photocopying. Now, just to save my face, this also includes my PhD students' use of photocopier. So 395 pages since 2011 was not just me. But the most interesting statistics here to me is this, environmental impact. Showing trees, how badly, my use of photocopying is affecting. And, carbon and energy, etc. So I think when we're presenting data, we can do it in a slightly more interesting way, and also really highlight some aspects that be relevant and interest to the recipient. So gamification and data. So more and more, as I said, data becoming available on virtual learning environment and education information management systems of learner data. But really, what kind of data would be motivating for students? And also, what kind of data would be helpful for teachers? And more, there's a discussion, and when you particularly look at MOOCs literature, people talk about personalization of learning. And at this stage, mostly they're talking about use of data and individual students' data. But I think we have to be very cautious about just becoming too cozy about just showing statistics. statistics can only be useful if that's relevant kind of data, and so we need to think about that. So where to from here? I think I'll continue with my search with this affect, especially in relation to motivation, engagement, and creativity. We don't want to have the situation where when students play games, they are powered up, and when they come to school, they power down. We want to keep that power continuously up and even higher in school. And so what do we do for future-proofing? So Anthony talks about really learners have to be prepared to learn in this dynamic environment. And that's very much true. And with really discovery of joy of learning, I think we can do that. People will be prepared to do this. So in digital learning environments, for me, these are the key issues for me. So first of all these new learning systems are becoming available. But to me, I want to use them to make learning fun, and especially serious fun. And I want to really make good use of data and analytics to make learning fun. And of course, MOOCs is really on everybody's mind. And I think MOOCs is something which is really very much developing. And the current form is not at all the end, finished product. So I want to be part of the picture to contribute to good direction of the future learning. And one of the things that I'm doing towards that is involvement in a project to develop serious games. Mind you, we haven't got the funding yet, so we're yet to find out. But this is very much intended to really focus on this affect in learning. Thank you. Of course, we can always lead by example. So we can be very, really involved, passionate about our research, teaching, and so that's a starting point, to really encourage students to be equally passionate and engaged. In terms of employers' wish, what we're experiencing, this is hearing from students who are interviewed by Google, LinkedIn, Facebook, said that they often ask about their most proud projects that they've done, and what was the topic of their dissertation. So I think they're really trying to kind of put together, how passionately students did and can talk about it, etc. Sorry, it's not possible to answer your question fully. It's such a, it takes a few days to discuss this. So.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your very well-researched talk. It was very, very fascinating. I just was wondering what your experience was regarding the engagement of students. I haven't done quite so much as you have done, but I've very much tried to involve students in my classes with technology, and it works very well individually. But I find very difficult to get them going on a networking level. And I was wondering, as you've talked a lot about individual engagement, in my experience, it's got worse in the last few years because students are very busy, needing to work outside, and they don't actually find the time to network together, in spite of Facebook pages, wikis, Moodle, and all these things. I was wondering what your experience had been in your study on that level.
It's very interesting. Can you hear me? I'm not sure if this microphone is on. Yeah. Yes, I share your concern. Well, interestingly, what's been happening in the last few years is some students every year in our group, there are one or two what we call techne mentors. Do you know the term? The techne mentors. So these are the kids who are students who really are very knowledgeable about some aspects of technology, for example, and they take on the role of being tutor to other students who are less, familiar with technology. And I very much always make sure that encourage that sort of behavior, and certain employers, like G company, they certainly appreciate that sort of attitude. And so I make sure I just mention this sort of helping out classmates, and then gradually that kind of approach spreads. So rather than competing against each other, they start to kind of try to help each other. And the year that we had a number of techno mentors, everybody did so much better than the year where everybody was so competitive about it. But it's very, I know, I understand exactly where you're coming from. It's group dynamics is a very tricky issue. Yeah, sorry, it's again half-baked answer to that.
Just speak. Hello. Maybe we should call them techno ambassadors, just to go with the flow. First, a request. Could every person who asks a question to name who they are and they're from. So I'm Svetlana Karsten from the University of Leeds. I have a very, very boring question to you. And perhaps that wasn't the subject of your research, but you did the survey using academic ebook. So you gave statistics. To what purpose? What does it tell us? If you probably have not looked at it, but the fact that undergraduates use is lower than staff or postgraduates. But what does it tell us? What do we learn from that?
Okay. Yeah. Not at all boring. Very, very good question. So the purpose of the survey was, as I said, this was actually, I failed to mention, project with the library. So we wanted to understand the current use of ebooks and perception of this, digitization of technology, text, etc. So interesting thing about it was that, so when they are asked, undergrads said they really prefer ebooks, but at the same time, one of their wish list item was that all books listed under reading list to be available as ebook. So that was a slightly interesting contradiction in a way, but of course it's to do with competition. When students leave reading their reading list books until the last minute, then of course they are not there anymore. So by the time they get to it, too late. So that was their wish list. But also from library's point of view, they were really stellar to hear that people didn't know how to access it, because they thought it was quite clear and a simple click on the link, etc. So we discovered those kind of reality of, people's ability to really access these things. And interestingly, we really didn't have much idea how people are finding ebooks. And a lot of the respondents said that really currently ebooks are pure digitized text from the print book. And there's no difference in terms of design. And when we probe further, yes, many of them wished they would exploit more the things afforded by digital technology, more kind of interactive aspect, etc., maybe visualization, etc. So that was at least the first part of survey part of the research. But the second part was more interesting about actually comparing the reading pattern of students using Kindle and also reading text on computer screen, and also compared to reading on book. And just mundane things, like some students said that when you try to make notes when you're reading print books, you have to hold open the page on one hand, then write on the other. It's kind of ergonomically tricky. Two, some students said, well, they look at the screen so such long hours these days that reading text PDF file on computer screen was just their eyes are watering. So all these minute details came up, but everyone said that because Kindle is linked automatically to dictionary, their dictionary lookup behavior improved, because usually they wouldn't look up dictionaries even if they have words they don't know, but it's there. All you need to do is just use finger to highlight, then it's there. So something like that, we could really link to our teaching. Yeah. So okay, there are so many elements into your question as usual, so I have to unpack, maybe answer one or two, and list over coffee. Well, first of all, I have to make it clear when I said perhaps good translation is not needed for certain games. It's purely I was talking about our research results from this particular game that people didn't even stop and critique very highly literal translation, in this case done for Japanese version of Plants vs. Zombies. And it didn't certainly hinder them. The worst case of bad poor translation is so-called the actually bad translation stops them from able to progress the game. Yeah, so that's a plot stopper. But this case, when I said poor translation, it's just basically very literal rendition, and transliteration was used a lot, but people hardly noticed it. Yeah, and in terms of manual, in terms of games, interestingly, as I think Anthony said, nobody reads manual from from page 1 to the end, and especially so with the gamers, and more with our students also. When they need to know something, even if manual is there, they just go to Google. So they don't use manual at all. So for games now, they're ditching print manuals, and instead they're actually incorporating in-game tutorials and showing how to do it. So it's a bit like our equivalent of seeing things done in YouTube, how to use translation memory in YouTube, right? So manual is a very interesting thing, and crowdsourcing is yet a different thing altogether. So I need to comment on that some other time. Yeah. Thank you.
Spoken by people who have lots of money, relatively speaking. If you look at the information poor, if you look at people that speak Amharic or Nepali, they don't get localized content because they can't pay for it. It's not easy. And the effect that has is tremendous. And this is kind of a very black and white picture. There's lots of gray in between. There's not just live or die. There's not all health or being sick, but there's also having fun. Being able to play games in your language, being able to find out about different interest rates, about prices at local markets, and all that stuff is not available very often in the local languages. So there's this is all very small, and again, the most important bit here is this, that there are more than 24,000 children dying every day because they and their parents do not have access to health information. It's not because they don't have access to medicine, to doctors, because they don't have access to the right information. And the examples here are that a lot of people don't know about the symptoms of childhood pneumonia. They don't know about the fact that you have to give children lots of fluids when they have diarrhea. 3 and 4 hospital doctors in district hospitals in lots of developing countries, they do not have sufficient knowledge about common killers such as childhood pneumonia, severe malnutrition, and sepsis, and lots of stuff. So if you're interested in this, there's an organization called IFA 2015, and there's lots and lots of data about this available, where it becomes clear that lack of access to information in your language, obviously, can kill. But that is an extreme, and there's lots of gray in between that. On the other hand, there's an example here from Reuters Market Light. It's a project that Reuters did with a local mobile phone provider in India, where they developed an app that helped local farmers, or gave local farmers in their local language in India, relevant news about the crop prices and localized weather reports. And and the people actually started to pay for it. Very, very little. But there are loads of those people that paid very little, and it became even financially a success. And it doubled farmers' yearly income within months. So localization poverty, information poverty exists, but we can do something about it. Number 3. And number 4 is the new content reality. Those figures all, they change all the time, and you will have seen them. I don't know how often, I guess. But they're still really fascinating. So per minute, there were, when I got this information here, it's 2 years old by now, 100 per minute. There are 100,000 tweets. There are almost 700,000 pieces of content on Facebook. There are 48 hours of YouTube videos being uploaded, per minute. And nobody will ever be able to watch that. Lots of blogs, pictures on Flickr and Instagram. So there's a kind of a content tsunami, and it's not produced by Oracle and Microsoft and SAP and whoever else. It's produced by you and me, by people uploading pictures from this event here, by tweeting, writing their blogs, and that is by far the biggest amount of content that is being produced. And localization cannot really cope with this. And the mantra that localization enterprises give to their operational localization translation teams, which is cheaper, better, faster, the operational demands that can no longer be fulfilled. So what they do is they massage the figures a little bit. They do a little bit about the quality. They introduce machine translation and say that will solve all their problems. But really, they're not able to cope with this tsunami of content that is hitting them. So there's a new localization reality, and what we see is that people are taking things into their own hands. So there's loads of examples where communities start to translate stuff themselves. And the ones that I have here is the Khan Academy. So there's online courses in science and mathematics and stuff. They're translated by hundreds of volunteers. TED has, I think, almost 10,000 translators. They cover 98 languages, which is more than Google Translate would ever do. Well, it does do at the moment. BBB Korea is an interpreting services where if you come to Korea and you don't speak Korean, you can pick up a phone, ring a number, press 2 for German, and the phone then rings in the houses of 3 Korean-German translators, and whoever picks up the phone first helps you to with their interpreting services. So this is a guy called Gary Hamel. He's ranked by, he's not a communist leader. He's ranked by the Wall Street Journal as the world's most influential business thinker, and he says, the elites or managers in companies no longer control the conversation. It's people. So it's completely out of control. And the idea that you can control your scope, your budget, your schedule, your quality, all that stuff that large multinationals want to control is out the window. I have a version of this picture where if you're a James Bond film, you know what that is. It's when the sky falls. That's the feeling. It's the end of the world for a lot of people in the translation business, and they really don't know what to do with it. And there is in psychology a concept called the illusion of control. And when I thought about the picture, who could? I thought of this guy that was standing on this aircraft carrier saying, the war is over. And he thought he had everything under control. So control leads to compliance. That's another thing. And with Sharkey, Daniel Pink is another guy that talks a lot about motivation and stuff. And autonomy leads us to engagement. And that's what you want. You want engagement. You don't want compliance. You don't want people to do what you tell them to do in an intelligent organization because they get fired if they don't. You want them to do. You want to roll them behind your mission and your aims and the things that you want to achieve with your organization. You don't want them to comply, because then they only function if you tell them to do something, if you're lucky. So, fourth essential truth is enterprises need control and communities thrive without it. So there's a little summary. There are no language barriers, but there are barriers to language services. There's a huge language industry, but it does not serve the majority of the people on this planet. Localization poverty kills 24,000 people a day, but we can do something about it. And localization will have to respond to the new localization reality where users are in charge. And that, by the way, is also interesting for companies, because when users are in charge, they only do the stuff that they really want and that they need, and they don't do the stuff that they don't need and that they don't want. So those boring manuals that nobody is looking at ever will no longer be translated if the users are in charge, because they just won't do it. The guy with the spreadsheet, the accountant on the plane in first class in front of the, he doesn't. They very often don't have the time, and they don't have the knowledge to really find out, what it is that their users want. They say, well, we translate the whole lot because that's what we always did. And there's no need to do that, because you can find out what people want. So our response to this was addressing the obvious, and we thought, imagine, this is what academics do. They sit back, put their feet on the table, have a cup of coffee, look out the window, the sun rising over the horizon, and they imagine. And what we imagined was, millions of volunteers delivering any type of digital content across thousands of languages. And this is. I went to China last year, and this is the Beijing Opera House, the Chinese opera. And somebody called this an architect's wet dream. I don't know what that is, but it is something that in your wildest dreams you could not imagine. Really, it's kind of half under the water. The opera is really, this is water here, and then the opera is kind of, and it sticks out a little bit. It's a phenomenal building, and this is you have to think out of the box. You don't build the Sydney Opera House. You build something completely different that really catches people's imagination. And there's Clay Sharkey again. 1 trillion hours a year of participatory value are up for grabs, so you just have to compete for it. And how do you compete for those hours? You make it interesting for people. You make it engaging. Maybe with games, or with an interesting way, maybe with technology. But also you give this a meaning. You tell people that what they do, they don't just do for money. Money is important for all of us, but it actually has an impact. It changes people's lives. And you get your name on the translation. And you're being acknowledged, and you can work with your colleagues. You can collaborate. So the idea is to get people together that have the skills to do what is needed, and allow them to do that in the best way possible, not just because they get paid, because then you get compliance, you pay them, and if they do a bad job, what do companies do if you deliver a bad translation? They send it back to you, and maybe they deduct 10-20% of the fee that you are about to charge them. So that's how they try to make you compliant. But really, what I have 10 minutes, 14 minutes. Okay. So what is our response to this? So we need new technology. We need user-centered interaction. We need to make this open source so that it is available for everybody, and we need to make it interoperable. And there is, at the back there there were issues of Localization Focus, which is our journal that we publish, and this is a special standards issue. There are also T-shirts from the Reto Foundation, and one of my friends said that I should remind you all, not just him, that if you wash those T-shirts, you should wash them separately, because otherwise you fall into this trap that we set up for you to make everybody wear kind of reddish stuff. So when we did this, people asked us, why do you not use what we've got? Because we have all the tools, we have all the technology. The problem is that this is all monolithic, it's closed, it's proprietary, it's operating in silos, and it mainly deals with large documents, and it's client-based, and it's mostly on your desktop. Whereas what we want to do really is something that is completely unpredictable, that is out of control, that is ad hoc, that is able to function on components, that is open standards based, and that is interoperable. And that is also, and this is missing again, that is mobile and is chunked. So a lot of the new wave of localization stuff is small, it's continuous. There are no more large projects. It's hard to see the beginning and the end of it. It's just continuous, and it's mobile. And all this comes back to what the previous speaker said. The people they don't usually sit on their desktops anymore. So we have to find out something new. So user-centered interaction is about the ORM principle. It's open, right, and minimalistic. And this is an example for what we did wrong. We had a conference and we gave everybody one of those really beautiful leather wallets, for their credit cards to fill in and all their other cards. And then, I tried to use this and I discovered, well, it doesn't really work for me because, I had more cards. And this template didn't work for me. And this is what happens very often with technology. You have a problem that we're going to solve, and then you really, you have to throw out either your cards or to comply with the template, or you find a different solution. And the different solution is really flexible, it's open, and it can be used by everybody. So technology means don't stand in the way, serve the right task to the right person, and make it minimalistic. Open source, I skip over that because we all know what open source is about. Interoperability is a bit more complex, and you can read the localization focus issue about this. And a lot of people are talking about localization and translation as a utility, and they use this image of the plug in the wall, and you just plug it in, and it comes. You get it, and you don't have to worry about it. And it's like this. And anybody who ever traveled knows that it doesn't work, because there are different sockets and they don't fit. And really what you are expected to do then is to bring all sorts of adapters with you to make your requirements fit that socket in the wall in the country that you just happen to be in. Now in China, what they did is they did it the other way around. They produced this board that had all the plugs in it. So no matter what socket, what plug you had, it fitted into that socket. And that's the way to do it. You don't make people adapt to what you have to offer them. You adapt to what the people want and what they need. So that's the Translation Commons. And really, it's not about the Translation Commons. It's not about the Rosetta Foundation. It's about facilitating what is there already. It's about facilitating volunteers that want to offer their skills, and it's about the projects that they need to do and make them fit. So what we have done so far is we cover almost 90 languages, from Ari to Yoruba, and there's a few really brilliant examples, and you find them on the website. But there's one here from Cultural Survival that says the right of free, prior, informed consent means that indigenous communities have the right to decide whether they want companies or governments to mine, deforest, or in other ways develop their lands. However, many indigenous societies do not know they have this right, and they do not speak the languages of the government representatives or corporates. So, and that's what we do. So those people, those indigenous people that don't have the money to pay a translation or an interpreter, okay. But they get the help from people who want to help. And then all of a sudden motivation is not a question anymore at all, because you know what you do makes sense and has an impact. So the proof is in the pudding. And motivation is better than the illusion of control. This is a wonderful infographics. Infographics are really the thing to do these days. And we commissioned one from a real famous designer. And it explains that we want to do two things. We want to maintain the platform, and we want to maintain the operations. And if you want to help us to maintain the operations, we are entirely dependent on your donations and everybody else's donation who want to support this work. Go to the rosettafoundation.org and look for the button that says "Become a Friend" and make a monthly donation. Okay, so you can finish here. I guess it's almost at the end. The interesting thing about this is that there's loads of people involved, loads of organizations involved, loads of languages. It's self-administered. It has an impact. and we make no money. We have no patents. We have no licenses. We have no venture capitals. We have no dividends, and we have no corporate headquarters, and we have no control whatsoever over what is happening. And it's working, like those slides are. So we are Drummond's in the global conversation communities. Thank you, and sorry for making it a bit longer than planned.
Thank you very much. It was a fascinating, extremely stimulating presentation. I think we're going to have the time for one question. So would anyone want to ask a question? Thank you, Reinhard. Very interesting. I have two questions. One is about community management, which is very important in crowdsourcing scenarios. And the other one is the use of tools, especially open source tools, because they are known to be difficult to use. So can you comment on those two aspects? Thanks.
Yeah, very briefly. First question is community management. I don't think you can manage communities. If you try to manage communities, they disappear. They kind of, well, you have to help them and support them and facilitate them, and that's what we're trying to do with the platform. So we're trying to help people, and this is what the Translation Commons is mainly about. We're trying to help people to find their ideal task, so that they can do what they do best for the organization and in the area that they're most interested in. In terms of tools, we tried to, at the beginning, we tried out existing tools. We tried out workflow management systems that multilingual workflow management systems that exist. There are open source ones too. They didn't work. They don't work for this scenario. Then we tried to offer translators. We said, well, if you help us, or if you help those communities, then we give you one of the leading translation memory tools for free. And we thought, well, there was going to be a stampede. There wasn't, because people they have tools, they use their own tools, and what they want is they want to be able to connect with what they know and what they can manage to a larger community. So this is the idea of the plugs and the sockets. So we wanted to encourage people to use one particular tool, and they didn't. So what we are trying to do now is, and so at the moment the platform is just there to connect and to make the management, the connections. It's like Match.com. Somebody said, I don't know what Match.com is. You do. So it's like Match.com, where you don't look for, what you do is you look for a task, and a task looks for a volunteer. But once you have your task, at the moment it's up to you to complete it. So what we want to do in the future is, when we develop the platform Translation Commons a bit more, is through the use of standards, and we are very active in standards development at the LRC, with XLIF and ITS and other standards, to allow people to contribute and also download existing translation memories, for example, terminology databases, but the architecture of the Translation Commons is a we call this Solace, which is kind of an open platform, so that people can plug in their own tools and connect to it and exchange data. So we don't want to prescribe which translation tools people should use, but we want to enable them to connect them to the Translation Commons, so that they can interact in their own using their own technology that they have and that they're familiar with. It is a complex issue, and they're really important questions, and they're not always easy to deal with. But we are aware of them, and we are trying to deal with them.
A certified English to German translator, and also a translation technology consultant, and a widely published author on various aspects of translation. His technical newsletter for translators, Toolbox Journal, goes out to more than 10,000 translation professionals. And in 2012, Joost, a Penguin, published his co-authored Founding Translation, a book about translation, and interpretation for the general public. So this is the title of your translation, and I'm Piero Toto from the translation department.
So, I mean, one thing we need to talk about what you guys do in Limerick. You don't know what wet dreams are. You don't know what Match.com is. It's a boring place, huh? It's your. So when Piero asked me to you know, quite a while back, and 4 months ago maybe or something, to come here, and he mentioned what the topic of this conference is, I very quickly agreed to come because I immediately had an idea what I wanted to talk about, and so what we are going to talk about in the next few minutes is really rather provocative, I think. And what I would like you to do is kind of take it as a caricature a little bit. You know, caricatures are supposed to be funny. This is not funny here, but they are over. You know, they overdraw something very extremely to point out a kernel of truth. I believe there is a kernel of truth in what we're going to talk about, what I'm going to talk about. But what I do hope is that we have enough time for discussion afterwards, so we can, maybe you can challenge me, and we can see, you know, what you think about what I have to say. So I'm a translator, and I'm not interested. I am interested in education, of course, but I'm not interested during the next 20 minutes in translator education before they become translator. What I'm interested in is what translators do once they become translators to further their education, or to progress as translators. And I think there's a real disconnect, and I would like to, you know, draw a caricature, or, you know, sort of talk about what I think this disconnect is. So, you know, I try to imagine, you know, try to find some fancy graphic that would go with it, but you know, they're all really silly, so I didn't put a graphic of a typical successful and technically adept translator. Would have been somebody in a, you know, in the pajamas, you know, sitting in front of his computer, you know, but you know, it's kind of silly. So I imagine two different scenarios for somebody who is, you know, a successful translator who's been working for whatever 5 or 10 or 15 years as a translator. And the first scenario is somebody who was taught at a university. So somebody who had courses, hopefully in technology. I'm focusing on technology in this talk, which I'm most often focusing on. So somebody who was, you know, hopefully trained in technology. Often, of course, that hasn't happened, at least in the past. Still not really happening, maybe very well at some universities. But some universities, of course, are now training translators in the use of translation technology. And I think what typically happens is that, you know, the professor might have some preferences in regard to technology, but overall the translator comes out with a fairly good idea of what the technology is, and he takes that technology and he tries to use it in his work life and adjust it a little bit. Maybe he changes technology once or twice, and at some point he feels or she, I should say she, because of course the majority of translators are women. At some point she feels very well equipped, and then she stops looking for improvements. That's kind of where she is. She knows how to use whatever Trados or Omega T or whatever kind of technology she might use or might not use, but she says, this is what I'm doing. I'm good at that, and that's what I'm doing. The other scenario, I think, is the one who, and those are particularly prevalent in the US where I'm from, or where I live. Those are folks who have not been trained at a university. These go about finding the technology they use a little bit differently, right? So they talk to colleagues, they go to news groups and find out about technology. They search the web and they go to conferences. They, you know, look at all the available technology. And I think what happens often to those guys is that they change technology a number of times. So they, you know, according to their initial preference, they might be really open source oriented, so they start with something like Omega T or whatever, and then they change to something else, and then they, you know, change a number of times, but at one point they set it. One point they go like, okay, I've got it. This is the technology that's going to make me rich. You know, they don't say that because they're smarter than that, but But you know what I'm saying. They say, this is it. This, I can be really, really proficient in it. And they become really proficient in it. And they say, I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop looking for improvements. What you, of course, realize is, or what you have, of course, noticed is that there's two parallels between those two developments. And you know, it's a caricature, but it really isn't so caricature-like. This is really what often happens, I think. Both groups, at some point after 5 or 8 or 6 or 2, whatever kind of years they've been working, as they feel like, I know what I'm doing. I'm going to stop right here because now I can actually, you know, do something with what I've invested in, what I've learned, etc., etc. So I want to look at that, you know, the two parts of that statement, the well-equipped and they stop looking for improvement. So what does that mean that they feel they're well-equipped? You know, we live in this age right now, I think, where we have publication means to our disposal as we've never had before. We can, you know, we can go on Twitter, as many of you have been doing these talks. We can publish something right away, and I think what has happened is that, or what is happening, especially in among translators, there's you know, probably 300 or 400 blogs out that are written by translators about translation, and many of them are about translation technology or often talk about translation technology. There's, you know, I think right now I have on Twitter I try to, you know, I'm trying to weed out followers who are not translation related. I have about 5,000 followers on Twitter, all translators. You know, so people are really engaged with social media, and what social media allows you to do is publish these opinions that you have really quickly, right? And especially if you are so convinced that what you have found, what you have settled on as a technology, it allows you to propagate that really quickly and really easily, and you know, you can evangelize your own technology, if you will, and at the same time you know, evangelize how clever you are in using that. The result is that you get, you know, you get standing among colleagues, you become admired, you know, draw public attention to yourself, and you of course have some business advantages that might be real or might not, but you know, you assume that because you have all this attention coming from colleagues, potentially coming from clients, that this is a real advantage that you have. So you have what you have, you feel strong in what you do, you feel competent, and you let the world know that you're competent, and you become a real evangelist for the technology that you have. And so you know, let's look at the second statement, or the second part of the commonality between the two different groups of translators. If I say stop looking for improvement, so I think what happens typically is that in the back of our minds, what I've just said about you know, feeling strong that they've settled about something, if there are gradual improvements in technology. So, for instance, if the particular tool or particular tool set that you're using is, if the makers of that tool are releasing new versions with new features, that's fine. You're happy with that, and you become quickly an expert in that, and become even, you know, an expert where you can talk to people and teach people that. But when it comes to true paradigm changes in technology, which we are right now experiencing, I think, and we all know that we're experiencing those, you become really hard pressed to like those, and you are you know, you are very very cautious to give up this status that you've built yourself, and the business opportunities that you assume you have along with it, and you become actually an opponent often to those kinds of technologies. And if that's true, you know who that is? You all know who that is, right? That's Cersei Lannister from where? From the Game of Thrones, of course. She is so beautiful. Not, you know, this is not really a beautiful picture of her, but she is very, very beautiful. But she's so shrewd. She is this terrible character who is she is the most skilled politician in this you know, series, in book series and TV series, and I think that's many of us become like Cersei Lannister a little bit. You know, we might not be as pretty as she is, but we are using politics very much like she does, because what if we've reached that stage of our proficiency and of our fame among colleagues, of the appreciation that we get and the business opportunities, we tend to really want to make sure that things stay where they are. So politics, one definition that I found in the Oxford Dictionary is that, so it says activities aimed at improving someone's status or increasing power within an organization. I think you can also say that politics are, activities that make sure that at least your status stays that way, right? Paradigm changes in technology are threatening to somebody's status, so we use politics that to prevent that from happening. So I have 3 suggestions what we can do to. Now, what you got to imagine is, some of those folks who talk about technology are quite powerful in the sense that they're very influential, and they have large followers, large groups of followers on the web. They have they're very impactful in what they write. They're often very good writers, and they become very polemic in the way they write about technology. And so I'm not so much worried about them in particular, but I'm worried about the people they have this impact on. That there is no, that not only have they prevented progress for themselves, I think, but they also prevent progress for the people that they have an impact on, because they, have this influence. So 3, I think, things that we could do to solve that dilemma, if there indeed is such a dilemma. So I think one thing that we need to take the politics out of all of this. We need to take the polemics out of all of this. I'm going to show you an example how that could possibly be done. We need to, and I think this is really the most important point, we need to, translators need to be integrated into new development processes so that they are not being confronted with paradigm changes, but instead are being slowly introduced into paradigm changes. They actually become a part of that paradigm change, if there indeed is such a change. And lastly, we need to have a change in values. We can't focus on we can't say you reached a certain level and that's awesome and therefore you are so influential. What we need to do is we need to say you have reached that level and then you're going to continue after that. That's awesome that you have this ongoing development. That's what we need to award rather than focusing on stagnation. So here's an interesting example that recently happened. This is a blog by Kevin Losner, who is a friend of mine, who's a really great guy, but he sometimes, I'm not sure whether he's listening right now. He sometimes goes a little overboard, actually quite a bit overboard, I think, with his polemics. He's got very strong opinions about certain things, including machine translation, about certain companies, etc. And he uses rhetoric that shouldn't be used, Nazis and concentration camps and vermin and stuff like that really shouldn't be part of this conversation and doesn't help and makes it very polemic and very political. So this here, you don't have to read through it here, but this was a blog post that he wrote, coming clean on dirty machine translation. That's a very mildly worded thing he does. Usually he doesn't call it dirty but something else. And so rather than being offended by the things that he put out about machine translation, one of the CEOs of one of the machine translation companies, Dion Wiggins, some of you might know who he is. He's the CEO of Asia Online. Responds and says, "Hey, Kevin, cool article. Why don't you try our system? Why don't you actually run a comparison and see whether you become any better with our system?" Now, I'm not here to talk about Asia Online and how wonderful Asia Online is. Maybe it isn't. It doesn't really matter. But what this does is it makes Kevin come back and say, "Okay, maybe if I have time." But it totally changes the course of the conversation. So I think this is not the only, but one example that we need to have thick skins. We need to be able to, even though we might have been, or somebody might have been insulted in those conversations, we need to be kind of like Dion Wiggins in that respect, that we say, all right, fine, you scream, but why don't you try it out and do that in a respectful kind of way. So and what I thought was particularly interesting about it was Kevin's response, who then says, "Yeah, I'm still angry at you for what you said, last year or whatever, but okay, I'll try it if I have time. The other thing is integration. I want to talk about a couple of things here. One thing I'm part of a project with 3 or 4 actually American universities where we are in the process of so let me start differently. Computer-aided translation tools or translation technology in general is language unspecific. Is doesn't know much about language. It has spell checkers, and that's essentially it. And some tools, some very few tools, have some morphology knowledge about some languages, but typically there's no morphology intelligence in these tools, which is ironic. I mean, give me a break, right? I mean, and the reason, of course, is that the tool makers felt it was unreasonable to invest a lot of money into all these languages for then afterwards only be criticized to not have done all languages, which of course they couldn't, right? So what we are trying to do is to create a platform where we have translators contribute morphology rules for any language they're interested in, including Amharic or Zulu or languages that might be that would not be supported for sure by tool vendors, and have that data be available for the tools for anyone to download into that whatever kind of tool you're using, so that you finally can use your language data a little bit more intelligently. And I'm mentioning that because I think that's a really good example where I'm not sure that's a paradigm change per se, but it's something where we could have a sort of a quantum leap in translation technology, and we don't do that by looking to somebody else to do it, but we do it ourselves as translators, and we become part of the process. And I'm really hard pressed to imagine that translators later almost say, "Well, I'm not going to use that. Yeah, I'm not going to use that. That's that changes my worldview." Of course they'll use it, right? Because we're part of the process. Plus, it's going to be a good thing. It's going to make them much better and much more efficient in recognizing terminology and running QA on terminology, etc., and having better translation memory matches, and maybe even using machine translation a little bit better. Also, what I think I just recently talked to 2 or 3 weeks ago. I talked in Dubrovnik to the European Association of Machine Translation meeting, and what I said to them is that they are really at fault, I think, partly at fault, and we are at fault also, that when we talk about machine translation is, of course, one of those paradigm changes that's happening right now to the world of translators, right? So when we talk about machine translation, we talk about machine translation in a way that has sort of that has taken away the position of the translator as the agent of the process. In post-editing of machine translation, it's the machine translation that's the agent, and we just respond to it, right? Now that's not a really good narrative. That doesn't sound really good, and it actually isn't really good, right? And of course, translators go like, "F you," I'm not gonna deal with that. This is taking power away from you. We don't want to keep our power. And what I want to show you really quickly is just a 2-minute little clip that I'm going to show you of something that I think is really hopeful and something where we could change the narrative so we can actually use those characters. I gotta give me like 8 more minutes. So, where we can actually change where we can give power back to the translator. So this little video is recorded in a translation tool. It happens to be DejaVu, which happens to have those abilities right now. And you're going to see 2 things. I'm going to pre-narrate it so you know what you're seeing. We're going to see first you see this is the dummy text, right? It's a made-up text, but you see why I'm using that text in a second. The first thing you're going to see, well, actually the second thing you're going to see, is how a fuzzy match, all know what a fuzzy match is, right, from a translation memory, is repaired with machine translation. Is repaired by going out, not by translating the whole segment with machine translation, but just by going out for one word that is being not recognized by any of the local resources that I have, and it's going out to whatever kind of machine translation saying, give me that word, and it's replacing that word, just that word. And the second example that you're going to see is where I have 3 different machine translation engines connected to this here. And rather than me post-editing machine translation, what's going to happen is as I translate that, you will see that my system looks for those 3 matches of machine translation engines that I have here and sees where my key entries match any kind of sub-segment that I find in those machine translation suggestions, and then allows me to accept those. So nothing too revolutionary, but I think it is actually really quite revolutionary. So it's going to take 2 minutes. Let me skip the first thing here because that's going to shorten it a little bit. Otherwise, Piero is going to be excited. So let's go now. This happens here. So go to the next segment now, and see what happens now is that it didn't know the word for yellow, right? But it knew the word that it had to that in the fuzzy match it knew what it had to take out, the word for brown, and it was able then to go to machine translation engines and got actually 2 different translations of which it shows 1. And it went into a perfect match. And now you can see here's the three different engines: Google Translate, Bing Translate, and something else. And it it shows me not the whole segment, because that's a real problem with machine translation often, right? Syntax gets screwed up. Just subsegments it shows me, and it allows me to accept those as I'm typing. What this is translator-centric machine translation. That totally changes the narrative. So stories are really important, right? We live in stories. We imagine our lives in stories. And so this is a story that I think has potential to be really, really very powerful. And lastly, what we need to do, and that's what I also told the folks at the EAMT, is that translators need to be integrated into processes in a much more meaningful level. First they said, well, you guys don't write code. Of course we don't write code. We're not interested in writing code. But you know what? We're linguists. We have that experience that you don't have. So use us. Not just the machine translation community, but all kinds of new technologies. We want to be, so invite us to come into your process. And once you do that, I promise you, we'll be part of the process and we'll accept that process. So it's not just our responsibility, but it's also the responsibility of those that develop those processes. And lastly, I found this image. I'm so proud of this image here. So, what we talked about, the change in values, right? So this is the evolution of a person, whatever, and this is the guy that we look up to, the guy who has a certain kind of maturity, and you see he's almost an adult, but you know what? He stands like this. I'm not going to develop anymore. I know where I am. I'm going to, and instead what we need to do is we need to find this guy. No, forget about the briefcase that he's carrying. But he's moving on. We got to move on. And this is the guy that we need to admire, not this guy. We need to admire this guy. We need to look at folks who are trying to improve themselves and help the community to improve. And I think it's really, really important. And unfortunately, it's not happening. It really isn't happening, I think. And that's something I think that we need to work on very hard as a translation community, and as those that are developing stuff that that, right? This is your patron saint. Not you. If you are a translator, this is the patron saint of the modern translator. So he's got a sort of a modern body, but of course who that face is, right? It's Saint Jerome, of course. So, and that's how we need to be, by the way. We need to have Saint Jerome was really, he was not a nice person, but he was a real jerk. That guy was really, if you read I've read a number of biographies of Saint Jerome. That guy was the most unpleasant person you can imagine. But he had a real passion for language. I mean, imagine this. So when I translate something, right? I translate a stupid website. 2 weeks after it is published, it's going to be taken down and replaced with something else. That's my longevity as a translator, right? His longevity, he translated the Bible in the 5th century, and Catholics still don't want to let go of that. This is in 2014, so that's a real successful translator. But he's got new tools now, and that's why this guy, Jeromobot is the patron saint of the modern translator. So thank you very much, and let's see what you have to say.
Thank you, Jos, for a very interesting talk, and I'm sure that we'll be able to develop some of the points that you've discussed in the last session as well. If we want to take any questions now from the floor. I actually need to ask you something. All this talk about machine translation. I think as users, we are a bit scared, and I include myself, because the talk of great companies is almost threatening our work, our profession. But isn't this talk actually addressed to other businesses? So isn't it more of a business-to-business discourse rather than a business to end user? The use of machine translation and therefore post-editing. So the way that this new role and this new practice is replacing our or complementing our profession.
Well, but we're playing the important part in it, right?
Yes.
We are the person in the middle sort of, and that's, I think that's what's so frustrating many times, that we are sort of the helpless link in the middle that knows that we sort of have to play a part, whereas we don't play a part, that others will come and play that part. And I think that's and that's, I think, what my imagination. What I imagine is that we would be actually be able to show that that we are. So maybe I should, there is all kinds of range of machine translation, right? I mean, there's so if you look at Microsoft's knowledge base, all translated by machine translation, nobody ever touches that. No post-editor will ever touch that, right? Because they have such a highly trained machine translation engine that the information they output in, I think now 20-some languages on the knowledge base, is good enough to communicate to the user how to fix Windows, which they want to do on that knowledge base. And guess what? They're really happy with it. Somebody else mentioned that earlier. They're really happy with that kind of stuff, and that's good. That's great. So that kind of machine translation is not even something we need to consider. Then there's also the really highly trained machine translation engines where the post-editing distance is so small that indeed it might make sense to post-edit those kind of that kind of data. Anthony and I talked about it a little bit. So there, some very focused machine translation engines do produce data for the specific purpose that only need very little post-editing to make it into an acceptable translation, even more acceptable than the raw translation on Microsoft's knowledge base. But the typical translator, the you and I kind of translator, normally, unless he works for one of those large corporations or larger corporations, doesn't have access to those kinds of engines and works with other kinds of machine translation. Maybe it is a machine translation engine that he or she built for herself or himself with one of the services that's available. Maybe it's one of the online translation services. Maybe it's Systran, whatever it might be, right? And so what I imagine is that we could actually make great use out of those resources and actually show that the way that we make that great use out of those resources is much more productive than doing silly post-editing, which is frustrating for one, and not all that productive if the propositions from the machine translations are not all that great to start with. Another thing that was discussed here earlier, so machine translation, and I don't want to talk about machine translation, but it is a big topic, of course. Machine translation works in a way that, especially statistical machine translation, which is the most typical used engine, which most engines are that using that technology today, they don't come with just one proposition. They come actually with hundreds of propositions. And then they have an internal algorithm which chooses the one of the hundreds of internally chooses only one of the hundreds of propositions, right? And that's presented to the user. Now, it would be really easy to open up the machine translation engine. In fact, there are engines that do that don't just give one, but 50, right? And if those 50 propositions would be there, and I start to type and get this stuff according to the data that I'm entering, that I think should be there and corresponds then to subsegments, not whole segments, subsegments of those many suggestions that the machine translation is giving. That's really powerful. That could be really increasing my productivity as a translator. So I think that we could prove in a study of some kind. I'm actually talking to a large LSP right now, local language service provider, whether they want to work with me on a study like that, so we can show that this is a better use of machine translation in some instances. That would be really cool and would really free us, I think, from that, you know, would help those folks who are standing like this right now and saying, you know, we don't like that kind of stuff. It would help them to take their briefcase and do the, you know, be the little guy who walks on and develops a little bit more.
Thank you. I think we're breaking for lunch now, but please save all your questions for later, for our last session. We're all moving to room GC108. Our ambassadors will show you where the room is. But before you go, please don't forget to sign up for one of the 3 parallel sessions, which we're holding at 2 o'clock in the dedicated rooms. I'll see you back at 2 o'clock.
All right. Oh, lovely. Thank you very much for being so quick. Okay, just a very, very quick announcement to say that we have got your certificates of attendance ready, signed, and they will be ready for collection at the front at registration. They'll all be ordered alphabetically. So please, while you are making your way out, just pick up your own. Yeah, thank you very much.
Welcome to London Met, everybody, and welcome to the afternoon session. My name is Maite Gonzalez from the Translation Department, and we are delighted to have Danny and Carrie today with us to present how the digital age has transformed the life of the freelance translator. Daniela Ford has an MSc in Technical Translation from the University of Hildesheim, Germany. She's a professional technical translator and localizer since 1994. And she's an early adopter of translation memory tools as well. What else? There's plenty to say about Daniela. She has an SDL certified trainer for SDL Trados Technologies since 2009. She teaches translation technology in various universities here in the UK and abroad, I guess. She's the author and moderator of the online course in software localization at UCL, and she is the author of the foreword of SDL Trados Studio, a practical guide, which was published last February, correct? And she's currently writing a new online course on localizing games, and she's actively involved in running the London regional group of the ITI. Now, Carrie Koonin, she has a BA in modern languages, German and Russian, from the University of Bradford. She's a fellow of the Institute of Translation and Interpreting as well. And she has more than 20 years experience in translating. And she also teaches postgraduate German to English translation at the University of Westminster here in London. She is also a vice chair of the IT Professional Development Committee. So please help me welcome Daniela and Carrie today. Thank you.
Hello, welcome. We are doing our first ever double act today. So we are very excited and very nervous. Right. Also, no one ever calls me Danny. That was forced upon me. Only my dad and my mum are allowed to call me Danny. So you are very, very privileged, because this is not public knowledge. But this is down to Piero, I think, who, I know it sounds nice, Danny and Carrie. So we had, Carrie and I have known each other for a long time. We both have 25 years experience in the translation industry, which gives us 50 years of experience on the stage, sort of. I guess it's really 25 each. And we are both professional translators, but also lecturers. So we had a cup of coffee, and we were sort of thinking about what we're going to say to you today, and so we thought we're going to spill the beans about how the digital age has transformed the life of the freelance translator. But we also wanted to talk about the teaching side, because we are both involved in teaching as well. And before I start, I just want to do a very little poll just to see how many students and how many lecturers and how many professional translators we have in this room. So could I just could the students, so postgraduate students and students, just okay, brilliant, and professional translators? Oh, quite a lot, great. And academics or lecturers? Even more. Okay, so I can't, a very good mixture actually. I hope I haven't forgotten anyone. I know that quite a few of you were introduced at the start.
Others?
Any others? Well, that's not a nice category to ask. Okay, brilliant. Good. So we are going to cover the following. First of all, so we've really divided our talk up into two parts. First of all, a journey through the decades, because we can both look back on 25 years in the industry, how life has changed for the professional translator. And then the second part is going to be about current IT requirements. So this is really aiming at lecturers at the university world mainly, how to keep the teaching syllabus in line with the changing role of the translation profession. So Kari teaches translation, I teach translation, but also translation technology at various universities, including in Qatar, where I get to fly out twice a year now to teach there as well. So I am going to move to the next slide, and we're going to start the journey through the decades now, and I'm going to ask Kari with her first hat, which is the translator's hat, the freelance translator, to just talk us through how the digital world has changed your life as a professional translator.
Yeah, thank you very much, Daniela. Well, I started out translating in-house back in the late 70s. And the first innovation that came along in those days was the golf ball typewriter. Now, how many of you remember the golf ball typewriter? I shouldn't ask because it shows your age. Well, this was the most amazing innovation, and we all crowded around this lucky person's desk to see this thing. It had a built-in correction ribbon. How amazing was that? So I went freelance in 1989, and the first thing I did was I bought myself a little Apple Mac Classic. It was about this big. It had a monitor about that big, and it had 2 megabytes of RAM, 40 megabyte hard disk, but it was fine, it worked great. And in fact, it still works, and I've still got it. I don't actually work on it now, but I've still got it. Now, an interesting thing at the time was that that package cost me about £1,000. And to be honest, you wouldn't get much change out of £1,000 now when you buy a Mac, so not much has changed there. Now, in the early 90s, around about then when I first became established, everything happened by post. Jobs would come in by post or by fax. You'd have to fax jobs back again to your client, or you might post a floppy disk. We spoke to people on the phone in those days. Do you remember that? We used to have to communicate with clients by phone. There wasn't any email. So maybe that was actually quite a good thing. It's much more personal. Dictionaries were still books, and when you wanted to research things, this was totally pre-internet days, you had to go down to the library, you had to get all your resources together, your list of things to research, and go down the library for a couple of hours and do your work there. So when digital transmission started to happen, this is a 2400 baud modem, which some of you might remember. This was a huge revolution for the translator because we could actually send our documents straight to the client's computer, saving a huge amount of time for everyone, much more efficient. And during this time, the internet started to sort of develop, and more resources became available online, including, which I think one of the sessions earlier has already mentioned, this facility, which was when the European Commission decided to make their terminology database available to the general public. So we translators had this wonderful resource at our fingertips, but we had to dial into that, and dialing in the dial-up connection wasn't all that cheap, so you kind of had one eye on the clock. So you had a long list of terms that you wanted to quickly look up, and you somehow got the data. I remember I used to print it out or copy it into Word so that I could come offline and look at the results later. But it was a fantastic resource at the time. Now, what changed the face of translation was obviously the advent of the CAT tool, and I started using them round about 94, 95. I first started using one called IBM Translation Manager, which was a very simple one, but actually not that bad, I thought. But then along came Trados and dominated the market, so I got my first copy of Trados, and it came on a pile of disks like that, and you had to sit there feeding them into the computer, praying that it wouldn't crash, because you'd have to start all over again. But here was finally a way for freelance translators to be able to recycle the translations that they'd done before, and up to that point we would have to somehow keep records and look in our directories and in our files to see what we used before, but now here it all was within our translation memory package. It was just wonderful. And as digitization expanded, so terminology and resources began to be digitized. Dictionaries became available on CD-ROM first and then online. And this, again, was a massive time saving, obviously. Now, I know some translators who still swear by their books, their book dictionaries, and I've still got all mine on the shelf. I love having them, but I don't use them, I just look at them. Because it's so much quicker, obviously, to just be able to type in your word and have the answer there instantly. So, again, another huge time saving, plus the advantage of the online subscription versions, of course, is that they're updated, so you don't have to keep buying a new copy of the dictionaries, and the translators, professionals amongst you, will know how expensive the technical dictionaries and the specialist dictionaries are. Now, the next innovation to come along for me in my professional life was voice recognition, and this transformed the way I worked. And I got my first package, excuse me, in 1997. I got a copy of Dragon Naturally Speaking, and it enabled me, fast typist though I was, although not madly accurate, to get the words down on the page so much quicker, and it just really revolutionized the way I work. But also it had a health benefit, because it saved those wrists, which by that time were beginning to twinge a little bit. So it had two benefits really for me. Excuse me a minute. Now, all this time, the internet was gradually expanding and access was becoming faster. And by, I reckon it was round about 2000, we began to have, probably a little bit before that, I'm not quite sure, we began to have fast internet access, so we no longer needed the dial-in connections. And first of all, I had an ADSL line, but then obviously came broadband fiber optic access. And all of a sudden, we didn't have to worry about how long we spent online. We could be online for as long as we like, and didn't my daughter know it? And so we had all this information available at our fingertips. And again, a fantastic productivity gain for us translators. Now I skipped to 2010. I probably missed out quite a lot, but over the years, the mobile phone had obviously continued to develop, and I'd had a mobile phone before 2010. But in 2010 is when I got my first smartphone, and that was quite a big deal as a freelance translator, because it enabled you to keep in touch not just by phone but also by email, so you could check job inquiries that came in, you could respond to clients and from anywhere, and you could really run your office or your business, apart from translating. I probably wouldn't translate on a smartphone, but you could conduct your business from anywhere, and your clients didn't actually have to even know that you weren't in the office. Now, that kind of brings us up to the present day, and there's a couple of things I haven't mentioned. Email, well, I touched on briefly. Machine tools, which we've heard about this morning, doesn't really affect me because I don't, machine translation, not machine tools. I don't actually use that myself, so I haven't included it. But when I look back over the past, since the start of this century, over the past 14 years or so, what strikes me is that instead of a constant flow of brand new products, complete inventions, what we've had have been improvements on what's already been there. So we had mobile phones, we had internet access, we had computers, and since 2000, everything has just got bigger and better and faster, really. And what that's meant for the freelance translator, for translator in general, it's translated into a massive productivity gain. And when we look back to how we worked when everything was on paper and when we were communicating by post, you can't believe that you could actually make a living in those days because everything took so long. But then 20 years ago, we probably never have believed what kind of speeds we would have got now on the internet. And also 20 years ago, what strikes me is that we were dreaming about the paperless office as digitization took off. We would think, oh, that would be the end to lever arch files, that would be the end to piles of paper on your desk. But I don't think it's happened yet. So, Daniela, would you like to give your take on how life has changed?
Sure, yeah, so a bit of a travel through time there. I remember all very clearly. I remember when that wouldn't happen nowadays. I got Trados on the disk as well because it was the only tool available in those days. And one of my clients at the time said, Daniela, there's this new tool out, would you like to use it? I said, yeah, why not, yeah. And they said, well, tell you what, we'll buy it for you, but you have to promise to keep working for us. I said, yeah, okay. So, and that's how it started. I mean, would that happen nowadays? I don't think so. It was absolutely amazing. So I had permanent jobs coming through from these clients just because they bought the software for me. So really good. So my experience over the last 25 years is very, very similar to Kari's. I can really relate to that. The one aspect I want to add is email. Everything. So the translation profession has become much more isolated nowadays because my phone hardly ever rings. There's always email. And also, I have to be very quick. If I don't reply within half an hour, I've lost the job. That's just how quick it is. So there's no waiting anymore. You know, we can wait till tomorrow to let us know if you can do the job. No. So it's very, very rare that the phone rings. And, it's just all email nowadays. So it has lost the personal touch. Different time zones has become a massive thing for me because I work for very, very big companies worldwide. And because of the internet, because of the fact that you're online all the time, I work with companies in Europe, in the United States, in Asia, so Japan, Thailand, and India. Honestly, someone is always online, always. So when I turn my email on, I always have an email from one of these parts of the world. And for one time, I was working in New York for 2 weeks, and my clients in California said, brilliant, now you're even closer to us, so we can have online meetings as well. That's brilliant. So in a way, you know, the fact that you're always available, I'm not sure whether that's so good overall. But that's just life, isn't it, I guess. Now, different TM tools, what I have found over the years, I'm one of these people who's quite happy to try any tool, anything. So I have not focused on one tool, but I use them all. Whatever my client wants me to use, I use it, and I'm happy to try different tools as well. And then also what I found over the year is that not to put all my eggs in one basket. So I don't just translate, I also teach, and I also offer a lot of consulting, not just to external clients, but also to clients of mine. So sometimes they will ask me to do a translation, but then they say, oh, we know that you know translation technology really well, you know these tools really well, can you just help me with a little problem? And so you're adding a service, and this is what a lot of translators are saying nowadays, to be really successful in today's world. It's about adding value. It's not just about being a translator anymore, if you can offer other services as well. Even if one avenue dries up a little bit, it doesn't matter, because you're never out of work that way. I don't do any marketing at all, it's all word of mouth. I've been out of work in 25 years for 4 hours. So, yeah, brilliant. So it's really good. So that's what I wanted to add, and then I'm just going to pass over to Kari again with her other hat now as the university lecturer and also mentor for new translators on ITI courses. ITI is the Institute of Translation and Interpreting in the UK, and we were thinking of what the IT skills are that translators would need in today's digital world, and what should be included in the teaching syllabus. And because we both teach at universities, we see students and we know what the professional world is like, we have put together 3 points. So I'll pass over to Kari.
Yeah, thank you. Well, obviously CAT tools are very important, and they're pretty much a prerequisite among translation companies nowadays. But also other important factors, skills that people coming into the profession really need to know are word processing skills that go beyond just how to put word on page. And in a minute, if we have time, I'm going to give you a quick example about an exercise that we devised for the ITI. Dealing with different formats, which I think, Danielle, you're going to speak about a bit, but also non-translation related skills. Now, I think what we need to do as trainers of translators is really impress upon the students and the newcomers that they're not coming into this as just as translators, but as business people. So they're going to be running their own businesses, so they need to know the admin skills, project management, accounting, VAT, and very importantly, how to write an invoice. And we just wanted to have a quick comparison of how we use CAT tools, because we both use them very differently, even though the end result is ultimately the same thing. So, for example, I only use one CAT tool. I use it for absolutely everything, pretty much, whereas Daniela uses several different ones.
Yeah, so my approach there is very different. I will literally, if my client says I wanted to use this tool, I will use that tool. So I'm not focused on one tool at all. Now, I've said I use CAT tools for 99.9% of my work. I would use them for 100% of my work, or 200% if I could. The only time where I don't use TM tools are if I have a PDF file which has been scanned as a picture and I really cannot easily convert it into a file that can be edited. If I have to anything, I literally can't convert these. But for anything else, I would literally use it. I didn't use it for everything initially, but I found over the years that even sometimes when you get a request by email and it just says, can you translate this one sentence? I've forgotten to give you this one sentence, and you say, yeah, and you quickly put the translation in the email. And I thought, I'm not going to bother with my TM tool now. Chances are, for the following update of that product, that sentence will be in the update, and then you have forgotten that it was in the email. So I will literally put everything in there now. That's why I said 99%. Yeah, and you mentioned the last point already about training other users and clients, and how you mentioned speech recognition.
Yes, I use that in conjunction with the CAT tool. Works very well. I just wanted to very quickly give you an example of an exercise that I devised for the ITI orientation course, which is the online course, the old online course we used to run for newcomers to the profession. It's now got a new name. What I did when I was asked to help devise this course was I spoke to various translation companies and I said, what skills do you want your translators, your freelancers to have, apart from translating? And invariably they said, better word processing skills. And so I devised this exercise, which has some complex formatting. It's got page headers, page numbering, right-align numbers in a table, number bullet points, and a footnote there. And asked them to reproduce this. This was a PDF, and they had to reproduce it in Word. And it turned out to be one of the hardest exercises on the whole course, because it has functions which, after a few years, you begin to take for granted because you come across them so much. But it was all new to them. Now, we obviously, when we're training translators, particularly at university, we can't cover all these aspects. But what we can do is we can point people to where to get this information. So on this course, when people emailed me and said, how do I do this? How do I do these headers? What I don't say is you do it by going to the file menu, doing this, doing that. What I said was you do it by Googling, how do I do this? We are pointing the people towards the many and varied resources that are out there, webinars, YouTube videos, forums, etc. So Daniela, would you like to have a word about working with different file
Yeah.
formats.
This is probably the plainest slide you've ever seen, just some file formats on it. What I wanted to just point out here is that nowadays not that many translators will receive files which are simply in Word format. So you get any types of file thrown at you, Word, PDF sometimes as well, HTML, InDesign files, all kinds of file formats. And I do think that the translator nowadays cannot just say, well, I can only do Word files. I can't do any of the other file types. So this is something I think really should go into universities as well. Students should learn how to deal with different file formats. Because it's an added service. If you can say to your client, well, you send me an InDesign file and I can return an InDesign file for you, that's much better for the client than having to paste the content from an InDesign file into a Word file, having to paste it back. So you're adding a lot of service here to your client. It's very, very important to be quite technically adept about it and also not be scared of some technology factor.
I think we're going to have to go through this quite quickly now because I think we're running out of time a bit. But this focuses more on the business side of being a freelance translator. And this, as I said, we have to really impress upon our students that they have to know these skills as well. We both do them in very different ways. Admin, project, job management. Daniela, you use Excel for all of this pretty much, don't you? And I use something called Translation Office 3000, which was designed as a project management tool for translators specifically. Do you want to have a word about the way we're running out of time?
Just very briefly, because when I met with Karin, we had a long discussion about this, and Karin was telling me about all these cool online tools you can use for admin and invoicing and VAT, and I was quite impressed. Oh God! And then she said, "What do you use?" Excel. And honestly, I've been using Excel all my life. I've got amazing formulae in Excel that I use for everything, and Excel works really well for me. So I do appreciate it. So I might actually look into this translation of this now, but Excel is, I'm saying, for my invoicing. I use Word for my invoices. I have a template in Word. I will use that template. Works wonderfully. So it's just to show you that you don't necessarily have to buy expensive and big tools. You can do a lot of these things with very simple tools. I looked into specific tools ages ago, but I found that they weren't really suited for the translation industry, because all my invoices are different depending on the client. I always have to put different kinds of information in there. So
I think that the end result is that we both manage perfectly well to do it with our tools. So it doesn't matter which one you use as long as you're happy with it, really. Yeah.
So just for the conclusion then, so what we've known all along, there's more to being a freelance translator than being able to translate and getting the translation down on page. What I'm seeing now at universities when I teach my students though is almost a bit the opposite, where they rely too much on tools, so they can't translate anymore. And what they do is they say, oh cool, we're teaching us whatever translation memory tool. So we teach them different tools. Whatever tool we teach them, and the first question after we've taught them the first tool is, where can I add machine translation? And so that also tells you straight away, well, translation memory is not about using machine translation. But this is very, very one of the first questions, and that's the wrong approach. So you need to be able to translate first, and the tools are there to help you, but they're not replacing you as a translator. And one thing that I've not heard mentioned at all today is the aspect of confidentiality with machine translation. Massive issues. So first of all, if you do use machine translation, you have no control of what's being done with your data. I've heard horror stories about people using machine translation and these translations ending up in the public domain. Highly confidential text. I've heard of court cases where people were taken to court because they actually signed confidentiality agreements. And a lot of my agreements with clients specifically state that I must not use machine translation. If I do, I've lost the client. And a lot of these TM tools, if you do link in machine translation, if the client is savvy enough, they can tell from the file whether you have used machine translation. So I am not taking this risk. But this is one thing I'm really impressing more and more during teaching now, that the issue of confidentiality and that using translation tools is not, it doesn't replace you as the translator. Very, very important factor. And many other skills are needed. So really, it's not just about CAT tool, because there's a heavy focus on CAT tools, but full workflow as a translator and also non-translation related tasks and skills are very, very important. So we got a few pictures there at the bottom. We had about 9 pictures of this is what a freelance translator is. So what my friends think I do, lying on the couch. What society thinks I do, being a wartime interpreter probably, which again you think you're a translator, I'm not an interpreter. And then what I actually do, well, I work really hard. That's what I actually do. I might work in my pajamas, but I work very, very, very hard.
We don't go on Facebook at all.
We don't do Facebook, no, not during work time.
Okay,
so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Do we have time for one question or two? Yeah, we do. Any questions? No? No questions? Nobody has any question?
There is one question there.
Hi. Well, would you say that you, both of you, work so much with translation tools because both of your fields are more on the technical side, or would you say that's the reason? Because both of you said you use it 99% or more than 99%.
No, I don't do a lot of technical translation. I do a lot of marketing, brochures, website text, that sort of thing. I don't do it for. I don't use CAT tools for the repetitiveness of the text. I use CAT tools mainly for the efficiency of having an integrated translation environment to work in. That's my reason for doing all my work in that field.
My reason is I do virtually only technical text, so it's very suitable for that, and my clients actually make me use the tool, so otherwise I won't get the work.
2 very different approaches, really, yes.
Yeah. Not for me.
No.
I was interviewed. This is going back a few years now. I was interviewed by the Times newspaper. So I got a phone call. I said, "Oh my God, the Times newspaper!" And they interviewed me because they were running an article on Iraq at the time. So this is how long this is going back. And they wanted to know about the conditions of interpreters and pay of interpreters and all of that. So I told them I'm not an interpreter. I'm a translator. Didn't really matter to them. And then they were asking me a few questions, and I heard them type frantically in the background, and because obviously the article needed to go out, and it went out, and I was just so glad my name wasn't on there, because it was completely different what I had said, and it was basically saying, wow, translators are the best profession you can be in, you know, you're a millionaire, you're so rich. I was like, whoa. So it depends. I can make a wonderful living. I know I couldn't earn as much if I was employed, but also because I do a lot of different things. So I compensate by doing other things as well. Not every translator is in that lucky position.
Yes, I think if you're in, like me, I do most of my work is the freelance translation side. I teach very intermittently, but I think that there you're getting into the issue of the 2 different markets of freelance translation. You've got the bulk market at the bottom, which is not very well paid, and you've got the specialist niche market at the top, which you aspire to in order to up your income levels. But that's a different issue. I don't think we've got time to go into that really now. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Yes.
welcome everybody. My name is Lucas. I am a senior lecturer in translation at London Met, and I'm going to run this Students' Corner for the next 30 minutes. Now, I think we have come to the point when we have heard from researchers, tutors, terminologists, professionals, translators, everybody, probably. And I think it's time to hear from our students now, current and former. Now, let me first allow our honorable speakers to introduce themselves to the public. Okay, so.
So yeah, my eyes have been opened pretty much by now that I'm year 3.
Hi, I'm Hans Geluk. I'm a Dutch linguist. I moved to Barcelona in 1998. Learned Spanish and Catalan there. Had a career in banking and human resources. And last year I thought I need a career change, so I came to London to do the MA in translation here at the London Met. And we've done several modules that have to do with technology, such as the technology module and localization.
Does this work? Yes. Hi, I'm Ava Carter. I'm a native German speaker. I've lived in several countries over the last 10 years in pursuit of the perfect job and the perfect degree. And I found both in London. Yes, I've studied the BA in Applied Translation, and I now work for a company called World Writers. It's part of a marketing agency, so we don't work with InDesign files and all of that. We're quite different, but I'll go into the details later. And yeah, that's it.
Okay, thank you very much for these introductions. Now, I think since we've heard so far so many wonderful things about technology and translation, so I think it would be very appropriate to ask you the very first question, which would be, in your view and from your personal and professional experience, what kind of benefits do we get from technology in translation?
I really wasn't very techy when I started the course, and I still am not, but I have to say that I was really, really positively surprised by the course we've been taught here at London Met, which was working well with translation technology. It was very, very beneficial for me, and I was surprised by how easy it is to handle in the end, the translation memory tools, and how much they actually do help a student. And I realized, because in the beginning, I suppose, as many other translators who get into this first, I've had doubts about how beneficial it could be and how much maybe it doesn't like threaten the translator or the human and the profession. So I was a bit afraid of this, but yeah, the course really changed my mind, and I really found translation memory tools to be easier to handle than I thought, and really good tool for a translator, time saving, and yeah, really great thing.
Yeah, I also believe that that translation tools, TAT tools, translation memory tools specifically, are a very good extension of the translator and of the competence of the translator. It is, however, important to state that that is not all. You really need to be a competent translator first for being able to really use translation tools at its maximum level. So if you are a bad translator, finally, what will you do with a translation memory tool? You will just propagate your own errors quicker. So you will just really make that your crap goes much quicker into the world. So you need really to be a competent translator. Translation tools are great, and I love them, but I think we need not to forget that the other part is very, very important too, which is a very good knowledge of the languages, the cultures, and competence as a translator.
In my case, we don't really traditionally use a lot of translation technology because what we do is creative translation. So we actually do send out the copy decks with a creative brief, and then we rely on our multilingual copywriters to work with that. So because it's creativity that we want and need, a translation memory can't provide that. You actually need a human being with cultural insight, with a good writing style, and just that certain something to be able to adapt a campaign line for China or something. Because often we actually don't really do a word-for-word translation, we translate ideas. So the translation memories are not very useful there. But I must say that we do a lot of digital copy now. It's called BTL in our marketing lingo. It's below the line, so it's not mass media. It could be, I don't know, a Facebook app. And then you have competitions, and then you have terms and conditions that come with the competitions. And guess what? This is where the translation technology comes in. But this is really for the sort of, in inverted commas, cheap, high-volume stuff. You know, the real stuff, campaign lines, print ads. For that, we don't use translation technology.
Okay, thank you much for that. Now, one more sort of follow-up question. Now, can you imagine having to do today's job without technology? How difficult would that be?
In my case, that would be absolutely impossible. Because we also, for example, we also run cultural consultations. So people say, okay, we have this idea of doing something with happiness in a campaign line. What do people in Iran think about it? That sort of thing. So we actually have to reach out across different markets in no time and get back with the feedback before some agency in London makes the mistake of their lives and just wastes time on something that doesn't work. So yeah, in terms of emailing, internet, it really wouldn't work. I cannot imagine what it would be like without it. I think I'd probably, I don't know, for me it's like imagining the Stone Age.
But then when you think about this, translation were done, I mean, translation was performed, you know, like decades ago as well, and they still did it. Hans, can you comment on that?
Yeah, well, the requisites were also different, I think. I mean, it's not the same to translate in a world where the expectations are that you will write something on a paper, and where if you make a mistake somewhere on the top of the page, you're not going to type out the whole page again. You will just put the tags, and that will be accepted. Nowadays, and let's not forget, Word and Internet is technology too, so I really don't think I could work without that. If you're asking me if I use CAD tools always for every translation, well, no. I use it for those translations where I see that there's repetition and where there's a benefit in using them. If there's other translations where probably I will not use those tools.
Yeah, as Hans already said, 20 years ago exactly, there was no other technology either. There was no email, as our prelocutors also said. There was no fast internet. There was no all this technology that we know and have now. So the translator didn't need to bother with it because there was just no there was no need for translation tools because everything was just slower and there was less expectations towards the translator, I suppose.
Okay, thank you. Now, how do you think, or to what extent, does technology improve quality of translation?
Well, for me, technology is like a magnifying glass. So if you're a good translator and you know really how to deliver a great quality translation, then technology will just enhance that and will make you quicker, will make you more effective, will make you repeat your good choices, translation choices, etc. But yeah, what I said before, if you are a bad translator, that magnifying glass will just show you the bigger picture, but in that quality.
Yeah, in my case, I can say that we are currently pitching for a well-known theme park near Paris, and it's several 100,000 words of translation that we have to turn over in like 1 week or so. So we actually have farmed out the whole thing I think for some markets across 7 different translators and proofreaders, it feels a bit like, I don't know, the King James Bible or something, having different chapters and different parts working on it. But for that we use our branded version of World Server, meaning that different people can work on it, and the TM updates itself in real time. So hopefully, fingers crossed, that will keep inconsistencies and quality issues to a minimum. But even so, once the files are coming back, we still have to check. There's something called Xbench. I haven't tried it yet, but my colleague bangs on about it. It's basically something that allows you to highlight inconsistencies when the same segments have been translated differently, and it just flags it up. So for that, we couldn't do it without it. So, and again, the timing is also very important.
Yeah, exactly. That's just it. It's gonna improve your proofreading. Basically, it's gonna it helps you to avoid mistakes, layout mistakes, and translation small grammar mistakes, or just all these tiny things. It's really gonna help you to have it near to perfect or perfect.
Okay, thank you much for that. Now, another question. If we go in the opposite direction, to what extent does technology limit us? Does it? If it does, to what extent?
Well, I often have to deal with character restrictions, especially if it's things like, I don't know, tweets for a campaign, or if it's for apps or things, anything that is going to be used digitally, there are character restrictions. That's definitely one thing. And the other problem is that when you use a translation tool, the text gets segmented in, I don't know, mythic and strange ways sometimes, and you don't really see where the top of the page is. So if you know that you need to put the TM sign only the first time something is mentioned, you don't know where it is mentioned for the first time when you look at it segment by segment. It's these little things that are tricky.
Yeah, and additionally, what Danielle already said in the last presentation, sometimes you get into PDF scanned certificates. I noticed there that when I'm translating it from Spanish into Dutch, I get more of those because the translation market of Spanish into Dutch is much more like documents that have to be translated, legal documents, and often they are scanned copies. So I presume that I will translate less with CAT tools when I'm translating from Spanish. When I'm translating from English, I think I will translate much more with CAT tools because I get much more text in Word.
We were taught that there is also the monetary side to it, so meaning that the client will try and push down the prices if the translator works with a memory tool, so that might be a problem as well.
Okay, thank you much for these answers. Now, let's have some questions from the audience. Does anybody have any question to our students and former students about their perspective of technology in translation?
Just an observation, actually. So we heard, the Dani and Kari talk about. Is it Kari? Talk about how they use technology with lots and lots of experience, and they were saying that they both of them use translation environment tools or CAT tools for everything they are doing, and all of you, I think, said that you're not doing that for everything because the translation memory aspect of it is not so relevant for every kind of text type. But you also call them translation memory tools. You also call them CAT tools, but you use the term translation memory tools. And I think that that's one of those things where we kind of have to guard ourselves a little bit because they're not translation memory tools. That's one feature of those tools, And I think that experienced translators know that. It's translation memory. It's just one of the 10, 12, 15 features we have in those tools. And so I think that what we have done, and all of us have done, by calling them by a feature, we pretend that there is only that one feature, and I think the more experience we have, we realize that these are not one feature tools, but many feature tools, just like this observation.
Okay. Yeah, actually, that's right. I do translations for charity as well, and they come always in the same format and with some sections that are actually always more or less the same. And then there's free text that will always be very different and always related to a different subject and has nothing to do one with the other. So even there, now I'm used to translate all the basic sections in the CAT tool, and then because I have to do it from the university because I don't have my own Trados yet or own CAT tool yet. So and then I take it home and I do the free text sections in Word at my home. So yeah, actually, I'm using the other features, especially for layout, and then the translation memory part only for the relevant sections.
Yeah, maybe also in response to that comment, I think the translation memories are probably the part that we spend most time with, updating it, cleaning it. Of course, there are lots of other things, but this is really what causes us most work. That's at least from a project manager's perspective.
Yeah, I was just going to say that, yeah, I think it comes with age and experience to get to know all the different parts of CAT tools rather than just the translation memory aspect. So, yeah, you're right.
Okay, one more question?
Thank you, Ivor Fogarty. I was wondering what the expectations are of you and your fellow student colleagues from the teaching that you get in a university about translation environment tools. Do you expect to know one set of tools in great depth, or a range of, say, 5 of them, or a basic understanding of the principles? What would you find most useful to come out to the outside world with?
As I said, I thought it was a great module at this university, and it was the most, or one of the most beneficial ones for my at least future career as a translator, the translation the CAT tool module. But I think it could be extended even more. I think it could be made year-long rather than just 6 months, in order to go, as you said, into more depth and maybe to get to know even more translation tools rather than just one. Yeah, that's my opinion. I think it should be extended, given how important it really is now, as we've heard in Danny and Carrie's presentation.
Said that, I would also add that if you learn one CAT tool, you learn them all actually, because they are pretty much the same. They're quite alike. So I think that if you know one in depth, that will be really beneficial because you can get started, and from there, if you have to use another one, I think with a small online tutorial or something, you could get that.
Yeah, when I did the course, I think there was a heavy focus on Trados, but that was not a bad thing because we were encouraged to get our, what's it called, the workbench first certificate or something, and if you can put that on your CV, that is definitely something that prospective employers look for. And since then, I've been through different versions of Trados up to server-based things, so I think that's still the thing for the industry. Of course, there are other things that, other tools that translators like to use, like, I don't know, Omega T or MemoQ, but I've never been in an office where that's been used.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? Okay, in that case, thank you very much to our honorable speakers. Thank you very much for the questions, and I think it's the coffee break now. Thank you.
To be a very informal session, disguised as a formal session, but because, well, it's 4:30, and, it's been a long day for everyone. Just a couple of announcements before we start. In your welcome packs, there is a feedback form. So before you leave, if you could leave the feedback form duly filled in with one of us or at reception desk. If you forget, it's okay, because we will send you the link to the online version of the feedback form. We just want to gather your opinion about today's event and how we can improve on it. And the second thing, for those of you who requested a certificate of attendance, I'll be very quick. They are at reception, so our ambassadors will just will give you the certificate. Just ask for one in your name. Was that quick enough? Yes. Okay, so today we've heard about loads of things, all very interesting talks, and I would like to thank our panel, first of all, for joining us for this final session. I think that the common thread that we've heard about today is considering students and also considering learners as not just, robots, but we need to consider also motivation and, as Minako was mentioning earlier, affective, whatever affects students' engagement with the classroom. We've also heard about the rise of the amateur, or the comeback of the amateur from Reinhardt, and the democratization of translation, which means that now what was being done by few is being done by many, or actually, future prospect would be that it can be done by anyone. And so this is something that actually I would like to discuss in more detail with our panels. We've also heard about teaching translators or students how to deal with non-translation related skills. And this is something that is particularly interesting and close to me, because I always wonder, when our students leave, do they expect us to have learned everything from us? Do they expect us to provide a full package, or do they still have that willingness to learn, as Pim was mentioning, and also as Minako was mentioning in her presentations at the beginning, whether they're willing to learn as they do during the process, or do they expect us lecturers to provide them, like I said, with a full set of skills, and they're ready to confront the market. One thing that I would also like to throw to our panel is, what about us lecturers? Since the majority, or the people that attended the symposium today were academics. Before we can teach students, we need to learn ourselves, and so we need to learn how to use open source software, how to use technology, and also we have to face the limitations that are currently in place in academia. First of all, funding limitations, and then structural limitations in terms of venues, labs, and technology available to us and to students. So there's quite a bit to discuss, and Agata will join me in this discussion with other points. We want this session to be interactive, so if at any point anyone wants to butt in, Maria, who's been great today, will come round and give you the microphone to speak. So feel free to interrupt kindly, and we'll give you. Okay. For our web speakers, thank you for joining us again, and we're going to use the wireless microphones so that it can be transferred onto YouTube. So who wants to start? Thank you, Rainer.
That was a setup. I don't know how to start this. So the first thing maybe is that I'd really would invite you to join the Translation Commons and look at it and become friends of the Wörter Foundation, because we are really dependent on your donations. The other thing is that you made a point that the rise of the amateur, and everybody. There is that came through during the day. There is a misconception, I think, between when people talk about volunteers. Volunteers are not necessarily amateurs. They're sometimes professionals do volunteer, and actually a lot of professionals do volunteer, and that's the same. All sorts of different organizations. So that somebody volunteers does not mean that they do a bad job. It doesn't mean that that they're amateurs. Good. So if you pay for translation, sometimes you get bad translations. And I've talked to a lot of people who have made that experience. For students to get involved and to really become responsible and to do something where they can feel and see immediately that their work will have an impact. So it's not just for money. Money is important, but it's not just for money. It's for much, much more. So language matters, not just to make a living, but also to affect people's lives. In terms of teaching, and what about us? We have to learn, and the best. So I've been involved in teaching for maybe 17 years or so, maybe longer. And the best experience I've made was this with the Foundation and the volunteer translation, because there are things coming up that I could not have made up. I could not have anticipated them. I could not have asked anybody, what happens if. Those things come up when you do them. And the best thing, and this also came through, I think, during the day, when you talk about translation and translators, what I find really interesting is to hear from practitioners, and because they know what they're talking about. And no disrespect to academics, including myself, but if you don't do things, you have a limited vision of what is going on. And most things you learn by doing, and you learn them best by doing. So there is, and this is there is this event that we are organizing for the 3rd and 4th of November in London. So if you're interested in that, contact us or contact me or contact the Letter Foundation and get involved. Because what we want to do is we want, and that came up in Jost's talk as well. We want to involve people who are the translators, the people that need translation, and we want to ask them and find out from them what they need, how they would like to work, what is stopping them from doing the job that they want to do better, and then integrate that in the roadmap for the translation commons and facilitate the work of translators and help them to do their job better, rather than trying to adapt what translators do to the technology that exists.
Yeah.
There are a lot of things to say about all these topics, but I want to also start with this term amateur. It already has a negative connotation, doesn't it? Slightly looking down. And my initial interest in this whole fan translation area started with that kind of scorn by certain scholars already before they looked at this fan translation work. And in fact, some of them are better than professional translation. Not all of them. Many are very bad, very poor, but some are really good because of their genre knowledge. Some of these people are very familiar with, say, manga or anime or any given area that they may work in. And by comparison, when you look at professional translation conditions, they are not conducive to good quality translation sometimes. So I think this really is a good time to reflect upon professional practice in terms of conditions, impossible deadlines, not giving context. So I think it raises a whole lot of issues like that. And as for sort of affect emotion I talked about, I really like to show students that lecturers themselves are very passionate about the topic, and that somehow catches on, not to everyone, but at least to some. And passion is something really important in whatever you do, I think. Yeah, okay.
I certainly agree with that last point. Passion is really important, and yeah, enough said. But I have a couple of comments as to what lecturers should do to keep up with technology. I think that translation lecturers need to continue to work as translators. I really feel strongly about that because you can go to webinars, you can go do this and that to learn about technology, but if and I'm not saying you should have immense hours a week to work as translators. If you just do a translation job, every once in a while and work for, choose companies to work for who are at the top level of translation technology, and it's easy to find out who they are. Participate in a crowdsourcing project, for instance. Participate in a post-editing of machine translation project. Participate in a idiom world server. Whatever. There's tons of things. Participate in Omega T project somehow. I think that's really important, and I think that what that will do is it will keep you up to date with technology, but it will also keep the passion afloat. I think passion. Passion is really central, I think, in everything you do, right? And I've to always talk about something. You can be passionate about it, but if you repeat yourself ever so often over the years, you lose passion. But not if there's a good chance that you won't lose passion if you actually keep your nose on the job. So I would really recommend that to any translation lecturer. I think that Daniela and Kari said some really important things that cannot be maybe taught at universities, but should be at least communicated to students somehow. One thing that they said is diversification, which I think is really crucial, and I think I just talked to somebody about that. It's crucial for two reasons. One is that freelance translators don't always have translation work all the time, so it's important to fill those hours when you don't have, maybe sometimes days, where you don't have translation work with other jobs that are meaningful, and hopefully maybe even tie in with your translation, whether it's a subject area or whether it's translation of whatever related material of topic. And also it keeps you sane. Translation isn't always fun. I mean, it's sorry, it isn't. It really isn't. There's translation in general is fun. It's fun, I think. I take particular joy in using technology, making myself more efficient with technology. But depending on the material that you translate, it can be really boring. And especially when it's the 50,000 word job for version 8.9 of that stupid manual that you've translated 25 times before. That's not fun, So if you have something else that you can also do to, keep your mind fresh and that ties in with the translation work, I think that's really helpful and really good. Also, I think that, so what I've noticed over the years, I've been talking to translators for about 15 years or so now, and there was 15 years ago, the greatest need, I think, or the greatest gap that I felt was there that translators didn't learn at universities was technology. I think it has changed. Technology has become a much stronger part of the syllabuses at universities. But I think what is not being done appropriately is business. So I mean, part of the business that Kari and Daniela talked about, but also the overview over our industry, for instance. That young translators have an idea that there is a vast amount of possibilities, and that they have an idea where to start to look for opportunities when they start their real life as translators.
But that's something that usually students get to learn through, work placement modules, where they're sent out and work for agencies, so they can actually be in a translation agency or company and see that there's not just translation. They can be employed as project managers, they can be employed as proofreaders. So in some courses, they are exposed to the outer world, so to speak. And I agree with you that it's important that lecturers still translate, because it's important then for students to get answers in the classroom. I see it with my students. I like to tell them my horror stories from my clients and everything, and you can see that they appreciate that. Or if they ask you, why can't I charge this much? So you have to give a reasonable and a reasoned answer about that. And if you don't work in the industry, sometimes you don't just learn it, in books. So if we want to apply this to lecturers and, being translators, can we also reverse it and maybe say translation theorists, it would be good for them to also deal with translation practice as such? And this is also for the audience, maybe. Because the onus shouldn't just be on practitioners, but also on people who theorize about translation and, therefore, our field in particular. Please, yes.
Yeah, the interesting thing is this, theory versus practice is a somewhat, struggle between the two, especially when you talk to some practitioners. Their answer is they don't need theory. But the interesting thing is, this is something Anthony and we're talking about. Every translator theorizes. When you're working out translation strategy, you are actually hypothesizing and theorizing. So just think about that. So you do much more than just, producing target text. A lot of thinking going into it, and including theorization. And theory is something which really helps you to generalize your approach. Because I'm one of those people who worked as a translator first, on-the-job training mainly, and then later learned about translation theory. And I can see the connection quite clearly now. Before I couldn't. And I can see how it could help systematize your kind of conceptualization of what you're doing. So.
Just 1 second, just get the microphone so that we can hear you.
So in your opinion, all practitioners should go in theory to help them systematize and theorize?
No, I'm not exactly quite saying that. What I'm saying is that practitioners also do theorize without really, maybe realizing it. And the theory has a place, but I don't know whether every practitioner should know about translation theory. I'm not so sure to that one.
Maybe I could. There's two connected points. One is that if you want to find out what is going on, there's a lot of, well, not a lot, but there's a few associations and organizations that you should be aware of. So the Translators Associations or Institute of Linguists, and they're kind of mainly based in different countries. In localization, which is a big supplier of translation jobs, I guess. You have GALA, which is the Globalization and Localization Association. They have an annual conference, which is quite expensive to go to, but it's they have also a website that is free, at least in parts. And then there is the ELIA, the European Language Industry Association. Then there is so they have regular events. There is Localization World. They have 2 to 3 events a year. One in the States, one in Europe, and now one in Asia. And they all, by the way, they all have started in the last year or two to look at what they call talent. And I didn't know what talent was, but it's us basically. It's potential employees. So it's people that have the skills that those companies need. So they're looking at how to develop talent. And so they started at least 3, if not 4, parallel developments where they look at job specifications and skills requirements and how to attract talent to the industry. We had the DRC runs an annual conference, and we had last year in November we had a session on training and education for localization professionals, and we had an owner of a translation agency there, and she was kind of typical in a way, because the translation agencies are giving out that they don't have access to talent, that the translators that join them and don't have the necessary qualifications, they expect too much, they think they can do everything, and they can't. The talent itself says that they're underpaid and undervalued, and they're put under stress, and they're given the impossible to do every day, and they can't refuse because if they do, they get fired. The companies say they're not making any money. When I talk about the Rosetta Foundation to them, they say, well, we are a non-profit too, so how are you different? Because they say they don't make any money. If you tell them, well, if you don't make any money, why are you in business? So there's a lot of discussion going on about business aspects and education and training in the industry at the moment. And if you're interested in that, the ALIA, GALA, and Globalization World are all kind of at least 3, and there's probably more organizations, industry associations that are looking into that, in addition to the national translation associations. Just one last point before I forget it, and because we're probably, I want to make that point. I want to, going back to the discussion about amateurs and professionals. And an image that I really like is that of, you know the Ark, that Noah built the Ark. To keep all the animals alive and all the people. He was kind of an amateur. He didn't. And it was smelly, I guess, too. It was one of those chaotic places that was out of control. Where all those animals lived together, but they survived. The opposite end to that is the Titanic that was built in Ireland, the north of Ireland, Belfast. And a colleague in Belfast told me that she was fine when she left. And if you think about the purpose of the Titanic, that was built by the world's best engineers, and what was it supposed to do? It was supposed to represent the best engineering that was available. It was the biggest commercial cruiser liner in the world, and it failed because it was driven into disaster by somebody who wanted to beat the world record for an Atlantic crossing, and it sank. So the Titanic was built by engineers, and the Ark was built by amateurs. And I don't know whether that is always works like that, but it's something to think about.
I do want to say one thing about the crowdsourcing also, which is not quite in line, I think, what has been said at the conference so far. So in some areas, I'm using what crowdsourcing now, that you use fan translation, or and it's of course slightly different what fan translation and crowdsourcing is. But so what I'm talking about is typically volunteer teams who work on some kind of a translation project that might be managed by a professional translator or terminologist or project manager or not. And they might do it for, truly altruistic reasons, because they want to have fun with the game, because they feel proud to be members of Facebook or whatever, I think what we need to be, and this doesn't really include your Rosetta Stone project, but I think what we need to be a little bit careful with is to assume that it plays a huge role, because it doesn't play a huge role. I think it plays a huge role in the sense that you just mentioned, that we could look at that and learn more about translation in general. I think that's very true. It also plays a huge role in what Anthony said, that there's a rehumanization, kind of an odd way happening and through projects like that. But in the industry as a whole, if we want to call it industry, in the translation world as a whole, crowdsourcing projects play a very small role. And I think that's important to understand for especially young translators. The majority of translation is not, of course these are very impressive numbers if you look at the TED videos, for instance, or if you look at some of the other, the Khan Academy, or of course Facebook and Twitter and all these social sites that have been translated through crowdsourcing or are continue to be translated through crowdsourcing, or of course Wikipedia in a different kind of way, but still also crowdsourced, partly translated. those are, you know, well-known projects, but the majority of commercial translation is done not through crowdsourcing, but through professional translation. I think that's really, no, just as a side note, so to speak.
I'm sorry, I do not want to end on the point where we should kill crowdsourcing, because I have I'm involved in open learning resources. We have enthusiasm who are lecturers and both lecturers and practitioners. So we have 2 years ago we've started creating this open resource for interpreter training called SpeechPool, and that is. We needed, for trainers, we needed a huge bank of speeches to train people, students. So we appealed through international institutions, European Union institutions, to the lecturers, universities, by email, Facebook, to actually contribute to the speech pool. It's only a YouTube link to the website, speech pool website. So we got a very first prime funding to actually create the website. But the rest was crowdsourcing, the creation of the resources by crowds. What we appeal to the lecturers about is to actually establish quality control, probably similar a little bit to yours, so that we don't have all the, not just the lecturers, but also the users. We left lots, well, we asked them to give feedback on the speeches that were recorded by former students, public or lecturers, and uploaded onto YouTube and then linked to SpeechPool. So that was the best kind of, you know, crowdsourcing quality control. When if speeches were of poor quality, then people would leave a comment to say that these are, well, we dismiss the silly comments, but reasonable comments. If they said this was poor quality, not usable or whatever, we removed it. But it is a kind of university community, and that's crowdsourcing from the point of view of involving lecturers and quality control. We believe, and maybe we're idealists, but we believe that can be done. Not only that, we actually appealed to collect money for the maintenance of this website, and it looks like we're getting some money, not a lot of money, but some money for the way of maintenance, because this resource is used across the world, in African states as well, where they've just started training professional interpreters. So what I'm saying is that I think we should actually be very, very positive about the principles of goodwill and crowdsourcing, but also responsible. I mean, maybe give a little bit of our time to that quality control issue. So, sorry, I reacted, yeah.
So I didn't want to be negative about crowdsourcing. I think crowdsourcing is really interesting, and I'm quite positive that crowdsourcing, you know, what I understand of crowdsourcing. But I think the point I wanted to make is that, you know, it's sort of a sexy topic a little bit that you know we like to talk about, but I think we sometimes lose a little focus of how relevant it actually is for the world of translation as far as the actual number of jobs that are going out. And I think that it
starts with training. You start with training. This is where, I mean, this is what Minako's sort of talk, you know. You have to start training, and then you train, nurture them to become professionals.
Right.
But,
no, yeah, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think crowdsourcing definitely has a place, but at the same time, sometimes can be really hyped, you know, out of proportion. I think that's very, very true as well. Now, just changing the direction of discussion slightly, I want to just reflect upon issue of trust and things like ethics and legality, because some of the sessions I attended, it came through. For example, cloud computing. Can you really trust, you know, your data to be there? It's, in a way, it's great. It's, you know, looked after. Even if your computer crashes, it's, you know, saved up there. But what happens if up there falls? You know, you can't access your data. So I think it's good to have a critical attitude to cloud computing, for example. Although it's very, very useful and everybody is going that way, and that links to the idea of crowdsourcing and fan translation. I think to me the biggest difference between crowdsourcing and fan translation is the issue of legality, because fan translation, generally speaking, is illegal activity because they translate, they appropriate the copyrighted material. They don't seek any permission. So that is a big issue. That's why I don't say to my students, go and do fan translation. I may turn blind eyes sometimes, but I certainly don't encourage them and certainly tell them that's an illegal activity. Actually, there are many arrests over this. Whereas crowdsourcing is organized by the copyright owner, so there's no issue of legality at all. However, when you look at ethical issue, it's rather interesting, because in one sense, you can treat fan translator as like an activist, because their motivation is to really share good materials in very timely way. So, for example, in Japan, there are so many animation production on TV that not all of them are translated at all. So fans take that in their own hands to make it available to purely share the enjoyment. So that's a kind of good interest. So from their point of view, they're being ethical. They're only just sharing, and they're not making any commercial profit themselves. But end of the day, according to today's legal framework, it is an illegal activity, and the students should be definitely made aware of this fact. And now I mentioned about this trust issue. In professional translation, I don't need to tell you, trust is very important. Clients need to be able to trust translators. So therefore, it's very interesting. I was talking to a translator from WIPO, World Intellectual Properties Office, translating patents. And they said they are not allowed to more than one sentence's worth in Google, just in case that's kept, So this kind of awareness, I think, is very important. It came through a little bit through Carrie and Danny's talk as well, this use of machine translation, etc., because that's probably taken into Google's corpus, etc. So I think these issues are very important to be aware with this new phenomena, and also in terms of training students, because ethics often divides between professionals and amateurs, and novice and more experienced translators.
This is a great example. So WIPO has, in fact, developed its own machine translation engine based on Moses, a very interesting machine translation engine. The European Patent Office, on the other hand, which is the counterpart to WIPO, they've gone full Google. So their machine translation engine is completely based on Google, and everything they translate ends up in Google. And I'm just mentioning that to show that the wide range of notions that very similar organizations, the European Patent Office, the World Intellectual Property Organization, can have on the very same issue. So, and I think that sort of is representative of where we are right now. We don't quite know where to go with all these intellectual property things, and that's, I think, probably the perfect example that exemplifies that.
I think we're taking over from the audience. There was a very interesting talk that wasn't published, unfortunately, at an ASLIP conference maybe 3 or 4 years ago or so on that issue. And it was a lawyer, and that was the first lawyer that I ever heard talking at a translation conference. And he outlined the legalities of translation memories and statistical machine translation, and described the different legal systems in the States and in Europe. And his conclusion was that the only thing that needs to happen is that the German prosecutor decides to arrest a Google executive when they change planes at Frankfurt Airport, because there is a case for them to do that. Because basically what they do is they take material that is not theirs, and repurpose it to make money. So basically, that is not legal under European law. So the IP issue is probably in economic terms the most important one of all. Technology is secondary in comparison to that. I just want to make a very strong statement, coming back to the idea of the current language services industry servicing 2 billion people. There's 5 billion who are not served by what we do because we charge for the work that we do. And there is, it's not a thing that would be nice to have. It's not something where we would work for free for Google or for Facebook or for Symantec or Adobe. It's something that is really written down in the Declaration of Human Rights by the United Nations, and it's actually Article 2, which says that nobody should be discriminated against because of their religion, their gender, their color, and their language. And that is a fundamental universal human right that we have, not to be discriminated against because of the language that we speak. And what happens is that if you speak certain languages, you live, and if you speak certain other languages, you not necessarily die, but you have a lower chance to survive in this world, and all the things in between. So this is not a nice thing to have, a nice thing to do, kind of something that we do in our spare time. It's something that we have a moral and ethical obligation to get involved in as professionals.
Thank you. On the subject of ethics in academia also, and when we teach, I think maybe the message that we can put across is that we can give the information and tell our students about the implications of infringement of copyright or using or reusing machine translated content that doesn't belong to them. But then it's up to them to go out there and be confronted with these situations. So what I'd like you to, because we're approaching the end of this session, what message can our students, old and new, take away today? Freelancers, or maybe tired of the profession and are looking for that excitement, and are looking for that motivation in their work, and also academics who have to deal with several difficulties, but also with finding that renewed passion or keeping that passion alive in order to transfer what they know and what they've learned throughout their experience to a new generation of translators. What sort of message can we give?
You've already taken my message about passion, so it's very difficult to find something else. But I think, anything you do, if you tackle with passion and with open mind, so, there's no reason why practicing translators shouldn't be reading translation theory books, So just keep an open mind and, open to opportunities, and keep your eyes wide open and really passionate about what you do is my message.
Okay, go. So I think talk to the people. So first message is that your work really makes a difference. It really makes a difference in people's lives. What you do as translators, can change the world. And you just talk to the people that get a bit of the benefits of your work, and you listen to them, and you hear what difference it made to them to hear somebody talking their language and not in English, which in many parts of the world is the language of the the colonizer, the oppressor, the whatever. It's not just English; it's also in certain parts of the world it's also German, and it's French, and it's Portuguese. So it makes a huge difference when people are being talked to in their language and when they feel respected. And you just talk to those people that have had the experience, and you won't believe the effect that has on them and on their lives. And passion has to do with doing something that has meaning, that makes sense. So think about the meaning of what you do and the impact that your work has. And it's completely undervalued usually. Many translators are really frustrated. They are just seen as part of the operational team somewhere that has to do more for less and better. So that is something that I think we have to move out of and explain to people and send out the message that language matters. It's not a nice to have. It's a universal human right of everybody, and it makes a huge difference to people's life, and it can actually make the difference between life and death. So I think that should be motivation enough.
I certainly can echo what Reinhard said. The reason why Natalie Kelly and I wrote this translation book was to be able to communicate to the public what translation and interpretation is about, and to give a sense of pride to practitioners, because we can be proud of what we do, and truly can be proud of what we do. When everybody gets different kind of kicks, and to remind oneself about why it's cool what we're doing, or why a certain thing is cool. We need to be reminded sometimes. What I do is I get a Google news alert for language every day, and not that I'm saying that you should do the same thing, but I love language. I think language is miraculous, is powerful, is well, I don't have to go on. I think most of you probably would agree with my notions on language, but I read the 30 most interesting stories on language every day, just the headlines, and if a headline is there that interests me, I read the article, and there's not a single day when I don't get a huge smile and a huge big heart about what language is, and that I'm participating in language. I'm participating in the transferal of language, and that usually is enough to bring me through the day and make me really proud of who I am as a person.
Thank you very much for these recommendations and these messages. I haven't had a chance to ask my difficult questions, I'm afraid, but I would like to ask the audience if there are any further messages that we could finish with. Yeah, there are some.
Sorry, I don't know, you've heard me. So never stop learning. That we know so little, and there's so much more to learn, and that really should motivate you to go on developing yourself professionally.
That you want to share with the remaining audience. Okay. So thank you, Jost, thank you, Reinhard, thank you, Minako, for joining us for this final panel, and thank you everyone for staying until the end. I'm going to leave the floor to Zubida, the committee organizer, for final recommendations and acknowledgements. Yes, and a close.
I'm the last person to speak. I know that everybody is very tired after a delightful day, and I think if you've had as much fun as we have had, my colleagues and ourselves, we will call this day a real success. So that's my hope anyway. I know you're very tired, so all I want to do now is extend my thanks, and I hope I won't be forgetting anybody here. Please do tell me if I forget, because there are so many people I would like to thank. I will start with our speakers who have come from a long way, some of you. So thank you very much for very insightful papers, communications, presentations that you have shared with us today. So thank you to Anthony Pym, who has left us just a short while ago, but we haven't forgotten him, and we have carried on a lot of topics that he has actually started this morning. Thank you as well to Reinhard, to Jost, and to Minako. We are really talking about pride. We are very proud to actually have had the privilege of having you share your ideas with all of us. I would like also to extend my thanks to the very many people and institutions who have made this event actually happen today. I'll try to list the major ones. First of all, I would like to thank people who have sponsored us. So this includes the HEA. Thank you very much, Phil. It also includes the support was both administrative and financial. So thank you ever so much. We are very proud to have you here with us. I would like also to extend our thanks on behalf of the committee to the AHRC. It's a bit of a mouthful, this acronym, but thank you very much indeed to Charles Forsdick. Yes, sorry, that's not having made too many notes. Very proud to have you, and thank you ever so much. We've had a lot of support as well from the Chartered Institute of Linguists. Thank you. A lot of support, logistic and otherwise, from the ITI. Some support as well from the IFT. Thank you very much for to all these people for having actually spread the word about our conference. To FIT, our support, our thanks go also to the European Union. Thank you very much for to all the people who have contributed. Certainly to Tim Cooper, to make our conference quite, the success that I think it has been. Very many thanks to the UK, to colleagues that have come from UK universities. Thanks to Twitter followers. The day has been extremely full with lots and lots of tweets and tweeters. And to YouTube viewers as well. I think we have been quite visible, on those scenes today. More than 100. That is quite. Thank you very much. I think this is very impressive indeed, and we can be proud of that. I would like to also. Now, have I forgotten anybody? Please do let me know. But I would like to also thank the audience. Thank you for coming from wherever you were coming. You have made this this event a very successful one as well. Thank you to my colleagues here who have been part of the committee. I've got to thank, yes, you, Farid, Aïtisami, Piero, Toto, and also Nadia. Rahabu is not here today, but she has been in our minds. She had to be somewhere else. And thank you to my colleagues as well from the translation and interpreting teams. And finally, thank you to the to Daniel, who has been extremely useful and supportive to us, with Carlos as well. Have I forgotten anybody? Student ambassadors. Yes, thank you. I think they have been absolutely wonderful. So I think that's it. Sorry. Our dean. Oh gosh, yes. I can't forget the dean of the faculty, right? So thank you very much for his support and everything he has done for us. Yes. And that's it. I think we can. We will. The only thing I will add here is that it is in our intention to actually produce a publication. So we will. We've got all your details, and we will keep you informed of the next steps. Oh, that's very good. Thank you very much. Yes, they will be available. I can't promise exactly when, but in the next few days, we hope. We will be putting them on our YouTube channel. So obviously we will be sending. Sorry? On the website. On the website. Sorry. So we will be, providing you with the link. So yes, thank you very much. Right. I can only wish you, if you are going somewhere else now, going back home, I wish you a very, very good trip back home. wherever that is. And I think we can close the event today. Thank you very much again.